Are we gonna rip through these real quick and then go into the executive section?
Yep. So you can.
Okay, are we gonna convene it right now?
What are we doing?
We're convening the meeting. We're gonna go to the pledge of allegiance, land acknowledgement, adoption of the agenda. And then
You don't have them. Sorry, it's okay. I don't have it whenever we. Oh, I have to budget to make ones because we swapped.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Okay, it is 5:03 PM. We're gonna convene our meeting. Roll call, Chair Irby Dominguez, present. Vice Chair Gene McCloskey,
Present?
Secretary Treasurer Janelle Lewis, absent. She's not on. Okay, absent. Board Member Cora Holloman
Present.
and Board Member Frank Maynard.
Present.
Pledge of Allegiance. Yeah. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Land acknowledgement. Every community owes its existence and vitality to generations from around the world who contributed their hopes, dreams, and energy to making the history that led to this moment. Some were brought here against their will. Some were drawn to leave their distant homes in hope of a better life, and some have lived on this land for more generations than can be counted. Truth and acknowledgement are critical to building mutual respect and connection across all barriers of heritage and difference. We begin this effort to acknowledge what has been buried by honoring the truth. In Central Oregon, we are standing on the ancestral lands of the Wasco, Warren Springs, and Paiute people. We pay respect to their elders, past and present. So, adoption of the meeting agenda.
I have a question before we adopt what's proposed. I'd like to insert here somewhere. Susan Kavari brought up some concerns about the names and the breakdown on the total legal fees. And I would like us to address that before we go into budget meeting,
Okay.
that breakdown and whether we stays public. So do I have to insert it as another agenda topic?
So you could insert it as a new number 7, right before you recess the board meeting into a
Okay,
budget committee meeting.
so I'll put it as what Kavari comments,
Sure.
Kavari concerns.
Our concerns on budget document.
Is that if we make an amendment to the budget document, does that have to be with approval of the whole budget committee or?
No, it's our board. The board had asked for that detail
Okay.
and she wants her name removed from that detail. So I think if the board, if there's a consensus of the board that, yeah, we're fine with that, let's remove it, then we can move on. That's my thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can just be redacted from the document.
Yes, but since it was board direction, I think we should all discuss it and just simply move on. And the other thing was, we will address in the budget committee who the new appointed members are publicly. That was another email of hers where she had concerns. A copy of it here, she had 9 different concerns. So can we roll those both together under 7, just put Kavari concerns?
Regarding proposed budget.
Yeah. Yeah, because it all pertains to the budget.
Mhm.
Okay.
And the other ones was just that we filled the position.
Well, yeah, identify the 5 members. Identify who resigned, identify when we first learned about the resignation. Yeah, I think we should. She asked if we take care of those, so I think we can do that and we won't delay the meeting process.
So what I have written down is to amend the agenda for a new number 7, Kavari concerns regarding proposed budget, and then recess board meeting until after the budget committee will now be number 8.
Sounds good to me, so I'll make the motion to approve the agenda with the changes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, number 5, executive session. The board will convene in executive session pursuant to ORS 192.660 to consult with their attorney regarding their legal rights and duties in regard to current litigation or litigation that is more likely than not to be filed. The executive session is not open to the public. However, representatives of the news media and designated individuals will be allowed to attend the executive session. All other members of the audience will be asked to leave the room. Representatives of the news media are specifically directed not to report on any of the deliberations during the executive session, except to state the general subject of the executive session as previously announced. No decision may be made in executive session. What was that 509?
That I am. Sorry, are you ready for me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, that I was a signer on the 10 taxpayer complaints, so I'm going to excuse myself, so there's no concern about that.
Thank you.
Will you close the door for me?
Yeah.
We're adjourning executive session.
You say that one more time since I just unmuted, please.
Okay, at 5:36, we are going to adjourn executive session and return to public board meetings. Thank you, Gene.
Can you sign and take that?
Yes. Yeah, there's something in the air that is just making me sneeze. I don't know what it is.
Then Janelle, Jean, the board did make an amendment to the agenda to add a new number 7, so we're gonna hit that right now. Which is to address concerns that Susan Kuvari had brought up regarding the proposed budget.
Okay.
Everyone could sign in, please, as guests to the meeting. Appreciate it. Or if you can sign there and then I'll sign that. And then for the recorded record for the public meeting, Janelle arrived at 5:36 p.m. during the executive session.
Good question. I didn't honestly go into the date. Because there was. They would show us in change.
Thank you.
We just never said it like that.
No, it's so sad.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm well, how about you?
Good. I just have a sneezing fit, so I will try not to sneeze on you.
Hope I have a cough drop in there, because I have been having a cough fit. So we could be a good combo.
There you go.
Okay, you put them over there. Yeah. But allergies, it's just like. Crazy, this.
For those of you on Zoom, we're waiting for everyone in the public who is waiting out in the hallways to come into the board meeting.
So my friend who does some grass and seed farming was saying that like they think they might have even almost a month ahead. Wow. Oh, suffers on the yeah.
You heard back how they're doing?
On somebody, the teacher posted. Yes.
Yeah, the 17th.
The teacher just posted pictures.
Oh, I told them to like do
But
something.
there's one picture of Jay, but it's the backside. I screenshot it. I was like, really, Jay, this is the only
You
picture.
got picture of that?
The teacher's posted one Instagram.
Oh.
We
I
don't
may
need
try
to
to
sign in,
sign
you
it.
can just.
Where they put me now?
Right on the outside edge.
Yeah, we're But piano.
That's so you can whack me up.
It's on the program, but it turned out.
Yeah, it's double look. It's important instead. You and Jake are the same cat.
Hey.
Ready?
We're good for added an email. You'll want to go right next to it.
Catch up on this stuff.
You can smell. We adjourned our executive session. We're convening back.
Okay, it's 5:41 PM. We're gonna re-adjourn our public board meeting
Return to.
or return to our public board meeting. And we are at new number 7, correct?
Number 7.
So I didn't write down the new number 7. Jane?
So the new number 7 title is Kavari concerns regarding proposed budget.
So earlier in the meeting, we proposed a board discussion concerning Susan Kavari's issue with the breakdown of all of the legal fees. The board had requested the executive director to break out all those legal fees. And at this time, I believe it's a consensus of the board that we would go ahead and just put those legal fees all back into one line if the budget committee is good with that.
For purposes of the budget document.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was definitely requested at our prior regular that it be brought up at the next meeting, like itemized costs.
I was under the impression that we were going to discuss the entire legal fee category as a board. I mean, I think it's fine to include the detail in the budget documents, it's certainly relevant. I do think that the adding of names is inconsistent across the board. You know, several of these public meeting law grievances were signed by several people, and then you know, once we get to February, or maybe after I was appointed to the board, it seems that we started labeling the names. And I think that, you know, consistency, and then I don't really understand either labeling the WOC. You know, I don't know why, what purpose it serves to be identifying community members.
well,
I think before we were trying to distinguish between previous legal fees and things for like policies or grants that you're looking into, so I don't know how you want to identify. I was thinking, like, how would you want them to be titled, I guess?
Well, it's categorized as legal advice on recall, operation support, grievances, public records requests, and representation for this taxpayer complaint. So I think it's categorized plenty, and we could remove all of the references to name.
so is the consensus of the board, does that sound good to everybody to,
Fine.
No.
there, it's still part of public record, the names are still there, but for this purpose.
We can,
Put that total,
I say we can just redact them off of the budget document.
yes.
And is there a policy that people have articulated, why you vote yes on that?
A policy.
Yeah, policy.
Well, no, I don't think there's a policy, just this. Person didn't want their name out there, it's public information, anybody can request it, but for the purposes of the budget document. Maybe it's better that it's all just listed as total fees, legal expenses. and those,
I just wonder if the stock goes into the larger. The larger aspect of this, I mean, does that have a challenge that, do you want to have does the board want to have a policy where, will give the impression of punishing somebody for challenging it?
It's not the board's intention to give the impression that they were punishing anybody, the board as a whole asked to have. It broken out, so we would just like to move forward with it.
I just was policy, but.
Well, I think the grip of Susan's concern that she sent to the board was that, in her opinion, these fees were being attributed to her were not. They were decisions of the district and not directly needed from her. So I just want that to be the ones. And I think we're going in that direction.
I would like to see a distinction between litigation and operational support, because I think from a budget standpoint, those are two very different things. On the operational support's ongoing expenses that are typical and standard versus litigation, which comes and goes and.
So if we just remove all of those name notations, it still shows everything clearly, separately, except for the detail.
I think the way it's broken up by class is sufficient for this budget purpose.
Everybody's in agreement?
Sure.
All right.
Is there anything else on that item? Jean, I
Well, I think we can address address those other concerns as we convene the budget committee, can't we? And name all the budget members and, yeah.
Yes. Okay. So then Irby, you can recess the board meeting at 5:47.
5:47, we're gonna recess the board meeting and we're gonna go right into our budget committee meeting at the same time, 5:47. In the budget committee meeting. Okay. We're to election and budget committee officers.
I make the motion, we have the same officers we had last year.
I second that.
All those in favor? Perfect.
Aye.
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 For the record, the chair was Melissa and the vice chair was Alexa. Yeah, thank you.
Do they have to accept the nomination or something? Do they get a say in whether or not they wanna do that? I mean, it can be anyone from either the board or the budget committee can serve as the chair, so. We have a lot of new people here. So I'm just throwing it out there
So I
that there
got-
could be
I
new
would-
people in the room.
I would like to throw out a new nomination because I have served in this capacity several times and I think it's a good opportunity for other people to participate in this. So I would nominate Corlin as chair.
I would respectfully decline. I don't, feel that I have enough experience.
Neither do I, and I went with it, right? Neither do I. So we can be inexperienced again.
Point of order, so we did have a first and a second on the original motion, Mr. Chair.
All in favor?
Aye.
There was a motion.
The first nomination. There was a second
motion and a second.
motion in a second, so now there's a vote. And do you want to clarify, Irby, who that is? That would be chairman. Did they accept the nomination?
That's what we're waiting for.
I will accept nomination as vice chair.
I will accept with hesitation. Because I feel like this is a very heated moment in our community, and I feel like in the previous budget committee hearing, the words that I uttered during the budget committee have been used for nefarious purposes. So I would say that as chair, I would like my opinions to remain in this room and not to be part of any litigation. So I will take that. I will take it as chair, but my comments relate to this meeting only and cannot be used in any form of litigation without my permission.
Vote, all in favor?
Aye.
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 I'm
We do
voting nay.
Can
I
we,
vote nay.
can we raise our hands so I can record what the vote is, please? So all those in favor, raise your hands.
So before we do that,
Well,
are we,
You
is
did
it
it.
too late?
we did it.
Is it too?
The motion failed. Only 5 voted in favor and it requires 6 for.
We have to come up with a new chair.
So now you ask for nominations again.
Okay, so we're gonna ask for nominations for the chair for the budget committee. I do nominate Cora. Again,
She already declined. I nominate Brandy and Alexa as vice chair. of the Budget committee.
One second.
oh, okay. So. We got a second to
Second.
that motion? Second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Raise your hand. Okay,
I'm just abstaining. I don't know the dynamics, so I'm not informed enough to be making decisions on that.
so I have 9 yeses, 0 nos, and 1 abstention. Okay, now you hand the meeting over to Brandy. And you are done, Sharon.
Only
Yeah.
this budget.
There you go, Brandy. All you. Thank you.
I know we're a little behind schedule, so let's make this evening efficient and let's keep things. I would respectfully say, let's just keep things professional and do the budget message. It's our next item. Agenda.
So budget committee members, you have a presentation in front of you, and I'm also going to share it on the screen. So hopefully everybody has had a chance to take a look at your proposed budget document. It's also available online. I did go back and change the font on the worksheets because of how difficult it was to read them, and posted those onto the website as well. And so here you see the agenda. We're on item 3, presenting the budget message and the proposed budget. So you'll have noticed in the document, the word of this year, because I always try and pick a word, is indefatigable. And the word means incapable of being tired out and yielding to fatigue, untiringly persistent, which feels appropriate in this moment. The budget priorities for the proposed 26-27 budget are investing in facility maintenance, retaining valued staff and recruiting daytime lifeguards, delivering consistent, high-quality programs, marketing communications, and strengthening cash flow. So these priorities are what have sort of fostered this proposed budget. You can see there a picture. We had a free sponsored swim, and all of our staff were here, and we had a great time on a Friday night. We were here till about 9:30, and just our staff it's been a tough year. I think everyone, no matter where you stand, can sort of understand it's been a tough year for the team. And before I go more into the proposed budget, I want to talk a little bit about background to set some foundation, because we do have a couple new folks and more folks than we've had, I think, at many of our budget meetings. I think it's important to go back and talk through how we got here. So the board approved local option levy ballot language for the 3rd time, July 25th, 2022. So this levy has gone to the voters 3 times. That language includes the following, the sentences that you see here, that it provides the district continued funds to sustain district's current recreation operations and services, including without limitation, community recreation, safety programming, and events. Funds will also be used for infrastructure maintenance. And it's very clear without this revenue, the district would not be able to operate. The permanent tax rate doesn't bring in enough to cover just the facility budget. It doesn't cover programming budget or administration budget. So it's barely enough to cover our facilities budget. And since July of 2022, we've had $204,000 of unanticipated capital expenses. 3 pool filter replacements, 3 pump replacements, pool boiler repairs that were not scheduled, 10 years of tech updates. There was a real lack of preventative maintenance, and our system hadn't been updated in 10 years. 2 failed elections with ballot measures that would have righted the fiscal ship and allowed the district to continue pursuing the scope of services that the board had identified in its master plan. Domestic water heater replacement. And then in addition to all of those capital expenses that were unanticipated, the highest inflation since the 80s, and the largest utility roll tax correction in the county's history, which hit our district $55,000, was refunded. But then our budget was also built on the assumptions from the revenues of that year that were inflated. And so the total impact to this budget was about 15% of operating funds. Yes, Brandy.
On the 2 failed elections, you don't have a dollar amount. What was the amount spent?
I believe the total legal fees, gosh, it was in a recent board packet, was something in the mid-30s, low 40,000s.
So you're saying all of these summed together was 15%?
No, I'm saying that 15% was that utility roll correction. That 15% doesn't include the capital needs that are there, yes.
Is that dollar amount, did you guys receive, like the community grant that was funded through PGEs?
So we
Is
received.
that offset by that?
Yes, it is offset by this.
Okay.
And we didn't receive, there was like two parts to it. We received one part, but not the other part.
Okay.
And I think the way they did that is anyone that was in the taxing areas, and you can help me if this is a while ago. Anyone that was in the taxing areas that had the inflated monies did not get the second part of the grant, but the folks that couldn't have anticipated it and were included in those taxing areas did get extra to help them with their budget issues.
Do you just raise your hand, you don't recognize them? Regarding the capital expenses for repair, why wouldn't those be anticipated? That's just, one would expect that sort of thing to happen.
Yeah.
So they're not unanticipated, they should have been anticipated.
These are unanticipated on top of what was already anticipated. So we have a capital improvement plan where we know that these things are going to have to be replaced.
Yeah.
But we budget for the funds that we have available to do the work that has to be done in that we know about in that moment. None of these things were things that we had planned and knew were going to break down. And part of that is that when I first came on 5.5, 6 years ago, I'd never worked at a pool before. And our long-term handyman retired about 6 months into me being here. And then we brought on a handyman to help and work with us. We've never had anyone in a position to be looking big picture, long-term on facilities. Not only under me, but going back to the beginning of the facility. So it's been an ongoing challenge to play catch up, recognizing that we know that we've got a facility that's between 15 and 20 years old and we're gonna need to replace things.
That's exactly my point.
Mhm.
You don't know what's gonna happen, but at 15 years, you should have if you're budgeting responsibly, you should have money set aside for unanticipated
You're
things
absolutely,
because you're 15 years into it.
you're
So-
absolutely,
Never
my-
happened.
I'm sorry?
That just never happened.
Yeah, it
Like
didn't
money was
happen.
never set
Well,
aside.
well, my point is that it, I don't, we've got $11,000, I understand now,
Mhm.
that's actually. It's actually gonna be set aside, it's not dependent upon the actual income.
No, those funds are set aside
Okay, so that's
in
not
cash as well.
Okay,
It's set aside in cash.
yeah, but looking at these, I don't see how that. I would just anticipate that you could have the same amount of stuff happening considering the age of the facility.
And we do, but we don't have the money to pay for it. We
Well,
do
that's-
anticipate
That's
it.
where we would discuss the budget, right, and where we decide where we're gonna put money.
Absolutely,
Okay,
absolutely.
And there's something you forgot to note there, Courtney, was the liners, the twice the repairs to the liners at the pool.
Oh, well, this doesn't include the 50,000, 40,000, 35,000 that we spend annually on repairs and maintenance ongoing. This is just from our capital line item, not from our under $5,000 repairs and maintenance.
just one quick follow-up, regarding, do you, from the research you would do. And now knowing the facility.
Mhm.
What do you anticipate the dollar amount is, you know, the range that's possible, there's a reasonable chance it'll happen in the next year.
In the next year, we
Yeah, how much-
budgeted 136,000
For repairs and,
for capital investment.
okay,
And then an additional 50,000 for repairs that cost under 5,000. Our long-term estimate is 5 to 8 million in the next 10 years.
and you're fairly confident that that figure will cover stuff that's comes to surprise.
No. We don't have money budgeted for surprises. We have money budgeted for what we know needs to be fixed.
I see.
We don't have the funding level to budget for surprises at this time.
Okay. I don't want to belabor this, but let me just understand. With your experience now,
Mhm.
what else is there, like a 50% chance of going wrong that you don't know of yet? I mean, you can look at other facilities and get that data.
I mean, all of our pumps and motors are pushing 10 to 15 years old. So any one of those can go, they're $10,000 a piece. Our liner has to be replaced in the next 3 years. That's $1 million to do both the lap pool and the leisure pool. If we have an accident that it gets torn sooner than that, then that absolutely could be something that comes faster. We know that the variable speed motors that we've put in definitely need to have some service to them. Those cost less than 5,000, and we expect we can do it within our maintenance budget. We also know that our lap pool and our leisure pool filter media needs to be replaced because we're seeing some challenges with the pressure of it. We know that the diving board needs to be replaced, and we're looking for grant funds for that. And we also know that the walls in the locker room and the hallways and the offices are all still crumbling and need to be replaced, which has been an issue since the building was built. And that's about a $1.2 million project.
Okay. So,
Any of those things could blow up next year and be an issue.
all right, and you've anticipated, or you estimate, or you calculated it could be a certain sum, which is well over $1 million.
Oh, yes, and that's all in our capital improvement plan that's in the proposed budget document. All those things I just listed.
Including what might possibly happen that you don't know for certain.
Yes, that's all listed out in the next 5 years of that investment plan. Other questions on this before I go to the next slide? Okay, so after all of this, the board had to recalibrate because things don't always go as planned. All the things on that last slide, aside from the local option levy language, were not planned. And so the board went out for 2 elections. They failed. We had the utility roll tax correction. And so that equaled not enough money to pay off our bond last May. So not enough money to pay off our bond last May turned into a general fund loan to make that final payment. And what that created was a cash flow issue because that cash that sits in the general fund is supposed to help fund the district from July to November when property taxes are collected for that fiscal year. Now, if we had money in savings from over the last 15 years and we could cash flow ourselves, that does not exist. It has never existed for this district. And I'll show you a slide later that shows you how volatile the district's financial position has been in since day one. And so the general fund loan created cash flow issues, which resulted in a reduction in force and a temporary summer closure last year because the district did not have the cash to stay open. And that temporary closure was an opportunity for the board to reevaluate goals, including focusing on the original mission of the district. Recreation programming in the water, since the district's tax-funded asset is a pool. So the board made the decision to reduce expenses. And when our auditor came and presented the audit from this last fiscal year, she said, I think one of our board members asked, how do we get out of this pickle? Because clearly we're in a pickle. And the auditor said, you have to reduce your expenses. And so the board made a very difficult decision to do that. And part of that decision was a temporary summer closure. Part of the decision was a reduction in force, laying off all of the staff outside of the core 5, and then reassessing the priorities of the district. And so that is what leads us to this budget that you have in front of you today. In November of 2022, the Board of Directors adopted a master plan. It was a years-long process. That project included community engagement efforts in person, via online survey, focus groups. I went and spoke with all the middle schoolers, which was in a separate data document because obviously they're not voters. And part of what the board was interested in finding out through this master plan process is what do the voters, what does the public want from this district? And out of it, a 10-year master plan was born. And the number one goal was sustainability for the district. A focus on financial, staffing, and maintenance sustainability for the long-term health. The second goal was developing high-quality recreation programs meeting the needs of all the communities that we serve. We are one district with many communities, and so we want to make sure we're meeting all of the needs. And then the third goal was developing partnerships that would benefit communities we serve. particularly with Jefferson County. We were talking about Juniper Hills Park, transportation partners, to help our friends in Warm Springs be able to get to the pool, and other local partners to try and do as much as we can for recreation. Some of you may have gotten this postcard. This was one of our efforts this year, aligned to the master plan, to try and develop some excitement and interest around what's happening at the Aquatic Center. And the proposed budget is built on a number of priorities that the board adopted in February that align to these goals that are in the master plan. So what I want to convey through this is we're not just throwing darts at a dartboard. Everything that this board has done is grounded in data collected from all the communities we serve and kind of reimagined because of the pickle of the financial situation that the district is in. So now we're going to shift gears. Are there any questions about sort of that foundation, the history, the laying of how we got to this proposed budget?
Yeah, I have one. And this, I hope you can allay my concern about this. Nobody told me at all of reference the going concern that the auditor, I mean, that's a big deal. I mean, that's a huge deal. And it seems like it's an elephant in the room. And so far, I haven't got any impression that it's been acknowledged. Nobody told me about that. I only found out about it from listening to the working meeting, and there was one reference, no more than 3 seconds.
Yeah, the board received a presentation from the auditor in November where they discussed the ongoing concern at length.
Well, my point is that it seems to me when you have something like that, and with all the other pressures that you're facing, that there'd be like a radical reevaluation of the budget. I mean, really radical, because I think it states that manager, which I think would be you, isn't confident that we're gonna last throughout the year. As I read the statement. I mean, I can hand it out to people, but I get the impression people aren't aware of this.
I know about it.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
Everybody else,
it's
I
in
just,
an audit report and I read it beforehand, and honestly, if you read the financial statements of this district for a while, I don't think it's a big surprise if there was a going concern issue with the auditor.
why wouldn't I have been told is my question? I mean,
Well-
it's a big deal.
But
At what
it's
point
part
would you
of
have
the
been told?
budget. I mean.
It's not in the budget, it's not in the budget document.
But if you look at like the fund balance isn't showing a big reserve, like
That's,
it's not hidden.
well, but that's an official document that says we don't know if we're gonna be able to last out the year.
But I don't think that the auditor is saying that there's a going concern issue, which could be in the future. It doesn't say that it's happening today or tomorrow. Now, Courtney just relayed that there was a big cash shortage last year. I mean, I don't think that there's any surprise that the cash is super tight here. And that this is a tough situation that we are in. I don't think that there's been any effort to hide the going concern. A lot of people who aren't financial people don't even know what going concern disclosure in a financial statement is.
Yeah, no, I'm wondering. I don't wanna belabor this. But the feeling I get as an outsider coming in is that it's sort of business as usual. I would think it would be kind of more like, we've got a real problem and we really gotta do something really radical changes. I mean, that's what I would have thought
That,
would
So-
be.
those were
I
the
think-
conversations that have been had.
I think that was the radical decision, was trying to stabilize the budget by going out for those ballot measures twice.
I see.
We put all our eggs in that basket to try and stabilize the bond money that was coming in as a permanent tax rate to right size where all this has been living, because it's never been the right size ever since day one.
So a little history, the very first year this pool was in operation. It had to close for a month because there wasn't enough funds to sustain it. So there have been huge business partners from the community. Brightwood, Key,
Phillips.
Posey, that have put money into this just to keep it operating 12 months out of the year. Over the years, it's always.
So this is business as usual, not knowing whether or not you can get through the next.
We were all tired of business as usual and wanted to get a more stable tax base by going out for a higher permanent rate than what we had. And it failed by like 100 votes.
It has never been funded appropriately
No.
since the very first day.
Okay, so to get back on track, we are under the presentation of the budget message on the agenda. Let's try to focus on the budget message. Usually, like, when you read through this budget message on page 8 and 9 of your packet, you know, going concern is not mentioned in your
That's
budget
right.
message. There is no, was there anything else brought up by the auditors in November that we should be aware of at this time that may impact the budget?
No, and what I will tell you is that the radical, we need to blow this thing up and change it happened last summer. And the reason this may feel business as usual is that we have right-sized our district and the services we offer to the money that we have. Now, are we able to save as much as we should for future maintenance and capital issues? No. But we've right-sized our operations to live within the money that we have. And so I would say that that radical shift happened last summer and caused many a ripple and wave. And now as the director, as someone who lives and breathes this every day, if we stay the course and provide high quality, consistent programming within our means, we can demonstrate what we can do. And then there are next steps that the board has to discuss over the next year, 2 years about where to go from here. But the ship has been stabilized from my perspective as it relates to the budget being right-sized to what we have.
Is
Yes.
there anything in your budget message that is different than last budget cycle? Like, are we required to do anything with the Department of Revenue? Are we required to do, like, that's what should be in this to kind of set the framework of things we need to do different this year in the budget meetings?
So we do have direction, as I shared with the budget committee, from the Department of Revenue, that once we get through this process, that we share our LB forms and our officially adopted budget with them. I've been in communication with the Department of Revenue already for this budget process. One thing that's different in this budget message, this fiscal year is kind of a high focus on litigation fees, which have been much higher, and legal fees have been much higher this year than they've been historically. And tonight the board is considering another budget adjustment because we budgeted 52 or 55,000, and we're gonna go over that in June, based on the estimates that I have. And so that's something that's different this year as well, is just the high cost of legal fees. And unfortunately, it's absorbed all of the funds that would have otherwise been in our ending fund balance as we did that radical budget adjustment, shift in services. All of those fees have been absorbed. Those funds have been absorbed by legal fees. So that's the only other thing that's different in this budget message than historically.
Okay, and this is a letter that I just handed, so does any budget members want to see this?
And I'm not sure what letter you're gonna.
Yeah.
So it has to do with the vote issue from last year's
Oh.
budget committee, because we had
How did
some.
I see?
So we just need to be keen on when we're tallying our votes, let's vote by hand.
Yeah.
That's the each and
Yeah.
tally, so that, because they're gonna wanna see that. And then also they're gonna wanna see the actual budget draft prior to filing with the assessor.
Which I did already provide to the Department of Revenue.
So you've already provided this draft,
Yes,
Department of Revenue?
yes.
Okay,
And Courtney.
And then I will also send him I'm doing more than what they requested, so I provided the draft. I will send them the approved budget from the budget committee and the adopted budget once it is adopted.
Like, are you asking for this to be updated to reflect her communication with them regarding that letter?
the budget message just is the key, like our marching orders as a committee, and these are like highlights of what we should. You know, do different, a lot of us have been on this committee for years, so like, hey, let's make sure that we're tallying by hand for our votes. Let's be aware of a going concern issue from the auditors last year, because if, you know, we don't have, if we're not budgeting for ample reserves, like that could be an issue, but let's stay on point. This is the budget message. Are you
ready to move on to present the proposed budget?
It's the will of the
Or does
budget
anyone have any more questions on the budget message?
So, Madam Chair, maybe before we actually move on, could you state for the record, if it was another concern of a community member, to name all five, new budget committee members? They're not new, we have one new appointment, and I don't think that introduction has been made or noted.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Okay, so to backtrack, when we convene the meeting, it's William that was just appointed by the board this evening.
No, help me out, was it Thursday? Last Thursday, special session. We reviewed 8 applicants.
Okay,
And he is filling the term of Michelle Quiche, who resigned on
May 6th.
6th. She sent in a letter resigning her position.
okay, so on page 1 of the budget document, Michelle resigned May 6th, and we're appointing William
Robathan, Robathan.
Robathan.
That's enough, I haven't, yeah.
And his term will end December 31st of 2026. Welcome.
Thank you. I just want to apologize too for if I'm really stepped interest into it. I talked to nobody about the budget period, because I know there's a huge heat on it. And I don't want to be prejudiced in any direction. So every question that I bring you is stuff that's just come to me over the last 3 days as I've, in a very solitary manner looked at this stuff. So that's where I'm coming from. And that's why I've abstained, because I don't know what the dynamics are.
I think we all appreciate you taking that position. Okay, so now we're on to. So we're ready for item 4?
So we'll start on page 16 with revenues in the general fund and kind of work our way through the document. So just for orienting ourselves to the worksheet, the proposed budget for 26-27 starts on the right-hand side of your screen. You can see that our beginning fund balance estimated is close to 0, but we're not quite at 0 yet in the proposed budget. I'm still pretty confident we're going to be close to 0, depending on what those legal fees turn out to be over the next couple months. And then assuming nothing kind of goes sideways with maintenance or capital emergent needs. Property tax assumes a 4% growth over projected year end. Included in your budget document is the memo from the assessor estimating what the growth will be in property taxes, and his estimate was 5%. And so I always back off a little bit from what he says for collections and other things. So I've got a 4% estimate, and then as it relates for current year, I have a 4% estimate. As it relates to prior year taxes, we generally just always budget 8,000 and 12,000, and sometimes we hit it and sometimes we don't. Because it just depends on if people are paying back taxes, whether we get those or not. Programs and services revenue, you can see is proposed to increase commensurate with our activity offerings. We're gonna hit about 185,000 for the end of this fiscal year, and so recognizing that we weren't open last summer and we are going to be open this summer, we've used prior year actuals for the last, I want to say I looked at 6 years to try and estimate what that summer revenue would look like. And then also included about a 3% increase on top of that, because we're going to have a consistent schedule year round. It won't change. And from a staff perspective, we believe that that leads to increased participation in aquatics programs. Yes.
Does the user fees and registration, the 130,000 is a 63% bump?
Yeah.
Does that include rate increase?
No. There's 3 in particular. So there's not an overall rate increase. There's not like a 3% or something like that. there are 3 different programs that will have an increase based on our cost recovery policy that the board adopted last November. And those 3 are private swim lessons, contracted swim lessons, and
Homeschool?
homeschool swim lessons, because they're kind of like contracted. Yeah, thank you. So those 3 have, I think it was a $5 bump for each of them. We also had some fee increases in our contract, in our intergovernmental agreement with the school district, that the board adopted at the last board meeting. And then fees with the Madrison team, which is the other facility use agreement we have stayed flat.
Yeah, good. Where did I get the 377,000? It's been so much reading to get through. That user code, user fees, revenue at 377. That's all I'm seeing here on 270.
So that's under the 22-23 actuals, was the programs and services revenue was 377.
Oh, okay, so that okay. So now you're figuring 270.
Mhm.
But I'm not sure, I mean, how are you confident that we're gonna get that if we're open just 4 days a week? Because we've got these other figures for 7 days a week. And so you've got, well, let's see, you've got a lot, 24, 25. We did at 7 days a week. Is this 270? And because the budget doesn't say if we're open, how many days a week we're open.
So we're open 33 hours a week in the summer,
But
35, and then we're open 31, I think is what staff is looking at proposing for the school year.
so this figure is informed by the actual hours.
Oh,
It's not projected from the prior 5.
So- it is yes, I mean, it's projected by what we anticipate to happen next year, but also I looked back at prior years, swim lessons, drop-in revenues. And when you're looking at those things, you take into account, we were open 5 days then, and now we're open 4, you take those things into account as you're evaluating what you're gonna propose in the budget.
Well, to help me out here, back in 22, 23, and 23, 24, was it 7 days a week that we were open there?
No, it was 5, it's been 5 days
It's
a
always
week
been
for
5.
the last 5 years, it's been 5 days.
Okay, so what you've done is, you said 4/5 of that then, basically, or you've used that as some kind of a base.
It's one variable in developing
Yeah.
the proposed revenues, so. We also have started offering more and more. Last year, we did one LGI lifeguard instructor-led class for a camp. This year, we've got 3 of those that have happened, 1 that happened and 2 that are happening. And so we're utilizing our staff in a unique way to help bring additional revenues to the district. We also have done a lot of outreach with regional school districts on contracted swim lessons. And so we've got quite a few things planned for the upcoming year in those areas as well. So all of that that we see coming down the pike is part of how we develop those fees that we anticipate to receive.
Can you talk about what recreation programming in the water we're looking at adding? It was in the recalibrate slide, that would be focusing on the original mission of the district, recreation programming in the water. I mean, I know we have the junior swim team and the baby
Little otters.
the Little Otters program. Are there more things that are going to be rolling out?
Staff has a long list of things that we would like to roll out. It requires us to hire daytime lifeguards, which we have been unsuccessful to date hiring. Right now, our core 5 staff that would be planning all of those new programs that have this long list of things they want to do, they're lifeguarding instead of planning programming. And so it's we're hopeful that we're gonna be able to add some new things. This year, we're adding a water safety day for all sixth graders in Jefferson County. That's something that's happening next week and the following week. So that's something new. Next year, we're hoping to take it community-wide and do like a big event here. We just don't have the staff capacity right now to do some of those things and do them well.
So this is taking into account really just the programs that we are offering currently.
Yeah, so like so this year, we rolled out a whole new swim lesson curriculum, including training and, you know, all of these things associated with developing, like reshaping a program. So swim lessons were recalibrated. We started junior swim team. And so we've done a few things this year as we've been able to. And I would say we haven't done them as well as we wanted to, just because of staff capacity being really limited by having to lifeguard more than be at their computers and plan stuff. Other questions on programs and services revenue before we move on?
Under miscellaneous revenue, I saw that the litigation reimbursement was there. What was the other 10,000? Like, what sort of thing would go in that category?
Yeah, there's a lot of little things that go in there. So it could be that we get a reimbursement from SAFE for when we submit our workers' comp data, it's based on our budget and not based on actuals. And then we do an adjustment at the end of the year where we look at our actuals, and then they'll send us either a bill or they'll send us a reimbursement. It could be fee reimbursements from ADP, which is our payroll processing. So if we overpay on payroll taxes, then they would reimburse us for that. It could be a claim for a broken window, which happened the year before. So that 10,000 doesn't always show up, but it gives us that budget authority to have it if it does. And then we know that the litigation fees reimbursement is $25,000. So that's part of that as well.
Okay.
When we know how much tax revenue we're getting, and we know that it's the percentage of our operations that are paid by that. Isn't there some urgency to do more to generate fee revenue?
Yes. And
is this optimistic?
I don't think it's overly optimistic. I'm generally pretty conservative when I put together a proposed budget. I think that it reflects where the staff is at in terms of, yes, wanting to have additional revenue and create opportunities for new revenue, but also recognizing that with new revenue is new expenses. And so trying to balance that is something that we do daily. We're always working.
Can you talk about the proposed grant amount? Because I know we've talked in the past about not planning our budget around.
Yep.
Grant funding, especially to that dollar amount that's listed there. And I know we have a new grant writer working with you on different grant applications, but it seems like a really high amount for us.
So the $100,000 that's budgeted in grants is tied to an expense for $100,000 below. So if we don't get the grants that we anticipate getting for these capital projects, and they're all tied to this 100,000 is all tied to capital projects, then those capital expenses don't happen. So this is us wanting budget authority going into the new year so that if we're successful, we can get that contractor hired to do the heat exchanger replacement, which is what that $100,000 is for. We have 3 heat exchangers that are operating at like 12% efficiency, and they need to be replaced. And so our grant writer is working on some efficiency grant applications that she's more than 80% certain that we're going to be successful to getting them. And so sort of our rule of thumb has always been, if we're 80% sure that we might get it, we're going to budget it, but we're going to make sure that we offset it with the expense so that we're not padding our budget so that we can do that. So that's what that $100,000 is. It's the heat exchanger replacement.
And if we replace those, there'll be an offset on some energy costs.
I would think a large
Hopefully,
offset,
a large-
hopefully. Yeah, and those 3 heat exchangers are what heat the bodies of water, the pool. So they're original to the building and our contractors are hesitant to even unscrew a screw, for that they might crumble and fall apart. So we're optimistic that we're gonna be successful in gaining, some grants to fund that project.
How about miscellaneous revenue?
So miscellaneous revenue is, we've got $25,000 in there, which is litigation fee claim, with insurance, and then just our typical 10,000 that we budget.
You did say that interested in miscellaneous revenue.
Yeah.
Yeah, the number in 23-24, the 73,000 in miscellaneous revenue, what was that?
That was a, insurance claim for the lap pool filter being replaced. Because it split underneath and it was a really weird situation, so insurance covered it. And then, as we continue going down the page, there's $50,000 budgeted. That just provides budget authority for the maintenance reserve fund to transfer everything that we expect it will have by June 30 next year back to the general fund in case of an emergency. Because when you go to expenses, you'll see the same. Well, you won't see the same number. You'll see a number commensurate with that, which is 50,000 minus 11,000 is. So there's 11,000 in the maintenance reserve fund right now. The expenses side of the general fund is saying we're gonna transfer the difference of 50,000 by the end of the year. And so this just balances out that budget authority between the debt service or the maintenance reserve fund and the general fund.
Courtney?
Yes.
So the 100,000 grant, so we're on page 16 of our packet. Where is the offsetting 100,000 expense? Is that on page
7. So if you go to page 17, it's under capital expenses.
Okay, so it's part of the 131,000.
That's correct. Yes.
So the 31,500 was our normal scheduled maintenance.
That's-
Things like that under
yes.
5,000 and under.
No, those are 5,000 and over. But it's boiler maintenance, it's replacing leisure pool, filter media. And then it's on our capital investment list. It's leisure pool filter media, spa filter media, which has to happen this year. Pool boiler maintenance, and then there's 90,000 there for the pool heat exchangers. So we anticipate that we're also potentially going to get a grant to help us with that energy efficiency, perhaps with our boilers as well. But the boilers expense has to happen either way. And those are the pool boilers, not the domestic water heater, which is what we replaced this year.
So if you don't get the grant, what's plan B?
Plan B is we don't replace them and we're gonna have to figure out an alternative funding source.
The maintenance falling to address these issues.
So the school district's doing.
Yeah.
When you're talking about revenue, and just right now, or again. I'm not attached to any viewpoint on this because, one, it's not something I've sat with for years. But I can imagine sitting on the board being, this word, just resentful of criticism when it works hard. Just looking at it though, I just think it's worth saying though, and that it's really, I wouldn't blame the voters. It's a good chunk of change. The MAC, I think, has been the victim of a general resentment of taxpayers. I want to say though, it's the job of the board of directors and the executive director to give confidence to the community. To uplift the civic morale and have people really proud and identified with it. And I really think it's a question that the board should ask itself and the executive director too. If you have the ability to do that, or what would it take to be able to get to that point where people would, well, I guess not everybody, because people obviously, have you know, the fundraiser, et cetera, a lot of people are solidly behind it, but to get a majority of people behind it, vote for it. I mean, you're talking about having that fee. I mean, what can the board do differently to regain trust? Because one little last piece of, I've talked to people about this stuff generally, and just generally, people, I think a lot of people feel they got burned. You know, one guy talked to us, well, they promised us all this stuff, and now it's failing, and now they want more money. Well, I ain't gonna pay for that. So anyway, that should be informed. I think that the board should be informed with that.
So
I'm talking grants.
I have a question for you. We present the reality. But most of your comments, as I see it, don't have a question about the budget.
Okay, I'll get back from it, but well, I just raised it because it came up
No.
that we were gonna do that. I think.
Budget committee,
I don't wanna stray, so, I'll take that into,
Are there any other questions on the revenues before we move on to expenses, which is the next section? So this just shows you the total revenues and what the different revenue buckets are: property taxes, programs and services revenue, grants, donations, etc. So if you turn to page 17, we'll walk through the proposed budget, which again is in this column. So personnel services will be by department in the next few slides, but overall, there's an increase because of adding summer back into the budget, and a 1% cost of living adjustment as directed through a conversation with the board. The board had discussed either doing a 2% merit for the core 5, the core 4 part-time and regular staff, so that's excluding me, or doing a cost of living adjustment for the team. And they said, just go back and figure out which one is better. And I talked with our staff about it, and they really felt strongly that if anything was going to be included, it should be a 1% that goes to everybody and not just to the 4 of them as a merit. So that's what's included in the proposed budget. I want to say that that's like a $4,000 or $5,000 expense in the increase that you see in the personnel budget. Materials and services, again, will be by department in future slides, but it's about a 9% increase overall. Capital outlay includes replacing the heat exchangers, filter media, and refurbishing our slide and toys. And we do have one board member that's really hit the road trying to find funding sources, in particular for the slide and toy refurbishment. And so if we end up getting resources for that, and we don't have budget authority for the revenues, we would do a budget adjustment for that. You can see that no changes to our energy loan or our Jefferson County tax anticipation loan, although there's a slight reduction in interest. And we appreciate the county commissioners dividing the disbursement into 2 so that we aren't paying as much interest. So you can see a slight decrease there, and that's all because of that new arrangement for our tax anticipation loan that cash flows the district between July 1 and November when property tax revenues come in. Appreciate the partnership with the county on that. And then transfers to other funds, you can see that the expense proposed is $16,500, is proposed to be transferred to the maintenance reserve fund. And when we get to that fund, you'll see how we get to the full $50,000 that is proposed as a revenue on the prior slide. We're proposing $40,000 in contingency. That's double what we normally propose. And that's because if the recall effort is successful and a special election is held, $20,000 is the cost estimate that the district will have to pay. That's the cost estimate from the county clerk's office. And so those funds, the contingency creates the budget authority that then the board could adopt a resolution transferring that budget authority up to elections, should that special election happen. And then you see that the ending fund balance for the proposed budget is $30,018, which is a like 1,200% increase over the prior year that was negative. Does anybody have any questions about capital outlay, short-term borrowing, contingency, or ending fund balance before we go into each of the department budgets?
So the 40,000 in contingency, you said 20,000 is recall estimate, was the
Yep.
other 20,000?
It's just our typical 20 that we put in there in case we have a pump or a motor. It just gives us that extra budget authority if needed.
So is there a reason why we wouldn't just take the 20,000 and put up into maintenance reserve? Like, where would you put the 20,000 and pay the clerk?
That goes under administration elections. And the budget committee certainly could do that. Putting it in contingency just gives the board flexibility if it doesn't end up being a recall election. I mean, they have flexibility either way. They could do a budget adjustment, so.
What is on page 20, under the election expenses, what is that for?
That's for the 3 positions that are up next May. So we pay our portion of the elections that happen, and we have 3 board positions that are up in May of 27.
And nothing for going out for the local operating levy.
There's nothing budgeted this year for that because it would be the following budget.
I mean, we could go out in May or November, both, we might need to do both, so I just am wondering if we should adjust it to include the cost of putting that on the ballot in May.
The
Is that
board,
the earliest is May that we could go out next year?
I mean, you could go out any time. So I was under the impression that the board was gonna take this year to think about it and then go out in November of 27 or May of 28. So it wouldn't be in this budget. Other questions before we go to the departmental budgets?
So if we do have proposed changes, this is a time that if a member wants to make a nomination to say, let's move that from there to this line item, those are things that we accomplish.
I don't have a suggested change, I just want, in the interest of disclosure, that I participated in the loan drafting of the agreement and worked with the MAC on that as part of my professional job, and I don't have any bias or I don't feel like that's gonna influence me in any way, but I wanted to disclose that.
That's noted.
So you're talking about it for the double payment on the loan?
The tax anticipation loan, correct? I drafted that agreement and at the direction of the Board of County Commissioners.
But there's no cost to the pool, like under legal, the county.
There's no
invoice
cost, correct?
pool, so there's no monetary exchange.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so the 40,000 sitting in contingency on page 17 of your packet. That's one where Courtney said 20,000 of that contingency is intended to be for if there is a recall election. The election expenses are on page 20, which is there's board expenses of 12,000, and then right below it's the election expense of 4.
Yeah, it would be under election expenses.
So then if that would be a proposed green sheet change, I call green sheet change to the county. It would bump it up
Which
to
we're talking about.
24,000,
Correct.
and it would reduce this one down to 20. So if we know the likelihood of that, like the whole budget process should be what we know at time of developing this budget. To be transparent, if we think that that's gonna go through, I would propose that we already move the 20, and we can vote on all these screen sheet changes at the end.
But then does that require a budget amendment in the event it doesn't go through and that money is not expended in that capacity?
It could, if we want to use that budget authority elsewhere. It would be under materials and services, so that it just increases the budget authority for the category of materials and services, which is, I mean, fine. And then if the board has to make an adjustment, they can move it.
I mean, I guess my comment on the maintenance 20,000 that's under contingency is that we're like fairly confident. We've had so many maintenance issues in the previous years that it's going to be needed there. Like that one, I think is safe to just put a maintenance reserve over it. I don't know. That's my thought.
Okay, so let's make a list of ones that we'll vote on at the end, so. You wanna move,
Well, I just think that 20,000 for maintenance, it's gonna be used for maintenance at the rate we've gone in all students. So I would say,
so
But it's in contingency,
yeah, it's not,
so it doesn't have to be used.
is there a reason why in those in 22, 23, 24, 25, why those 3 years? We didn't have the 20,000 in contingency?
We had it budgeted, but it wasn't an actual expenditure, so we didn't actually use it those 3 years.
that's the actual column.
Yeah, like some budgets, they, instead of calling it contingency, they call it like reserve for future expenditure. Knowing that you're setting a true reserve aside.
And that's our maintenance reserve fund function.
So in those years, it was left there and then moved to somewhere else that it was needed.
Or it just wasn't used and it ends up in ending fund balance.
Zeros.
I mean, from a conservative budgeter's perspective, I prefer it to be in contingency, because if it's up in personnel or materials and services, that gives budget authority to spend it without the board weighing in on it. So having it in contingency is a check and balance on staff. Because then the board has to approve that transfer. For me, that's a more conservative approach, and that's why I propose it that way, because I prefer that. It makes staff have to come to the board for approval before they move forward and spend money.
Yeah, board still has control of it.
Yes, if it's moved under materials and services or personnel, then there's no check and balance for that. This is me arguing
Against you.
against us being able to spend money. I don't think we should spend it unless we have to, and I think it's important for transparency purposes for the board to have a say in it if I don't think we need it for operations. And that's why it's under contingency.
Organizations I've been involved with always left it in contingency because the board had to approve it. And that, then it could get siphoned off or something, the board had to say, yes, we'll approve it. Without that approval, it had to stay there. So.
But it's the will of the budget committee. I mean, if you guys want to move it, that's fine.
Okay, so. I have one green sheet change to move 20,000 from this line item to an election cost. Do we have a second one to move the 20K to? Maintenance reserve? No. Just leave the 20K.
You ready to go to department budgets?
Does anyone need a break?
I need a back. I don't even
So let's
we have
take
time.
a quick 5-minute break. Does that work?
At 6:49.
I'd like to contribute this to the
Oh.
general fund. I think.
Thank you. That's the profit for today.
high. And while you're doing that, the reserves are getting, getting your personnel costs are still really high. And, I just, it doesn't, I mean, you can understand what I'm concerned.
I owe you a 2.25.
Oh,
I'll write it down on my.
Yeah, wouldn't wanna be getting special privileges.
You were unmuted and ready when you
So
were.
what is it that?
Okay, so
You can.
once we convene the budget committee, it is 6:57. We're gonna try to go until 8 p.m. And so at 8 p.m., wherever we leave off, we'll reconvene on the June 1st is our next plan. Because we still have to get through public comment and the rest of the budget presentation. So.
I don't know, I can't make June 1st, I have a prior. So
Is
we
anyone-
need everybody here, I can't make it. So maybe we should just try to power through it. I mean, I know everybody's busy and long days, but can't make June 1st unless we want to change it.
Well, let's just keep
Let's
going.
go.
We'll see where we get.
Okay, so Courtney, we're back to page what in the packet?
So if we are ready to move on from expenses, we can go to page 18, which is the recreation programs budget. And this is where we have a more detailed explanation of both personnel services and materials and services by department. So you can see that part-time and seasonal salaries under programs is where the largest increase has happened. As well as workers' compensation, just not knowing what that increase is gonna look like because of adding staff to cover the summer. So we're increasing by 3 FTE in part-time seasonal staff, which is lifeguards, swim instructors, deck supervisors, essentially all of the staff outside of the core 5, full-time and part-time regular staff. And so that's what we're estimating for personnel services. And I would just note here that the board gave direction to staff to leave health insurance contributions at $750 per month as the cap. So, and we're anticipating a 15% increase. So we will go over that cap this year, and staff will be contributing for their health insurance for the first time in the district's history. So you can see that the employee health benefits have gone down a little bit, and that's just one to reflect a lower number of staff in the program, and then also in health insurance, and then also to reflect that we're not anticipating an increase beyond the $750 per month that we had already budgeted in prior years. Any questions on personnel services?
So what's the number of summer staff? So I have an idea, because I know that's not the same as FTE.
So we're going into the summer with 20. We're hoping to finish the summer with 25 to 30. We only have 2 staff that are graduating high school, and one is staying in Madras and going to COCC, so we'll continue working here. So we expect that we will have pretty high recruitment and training expenses at the end of this fiscal year, because now the junior class becoming seniors next year, it's like 3/4 of our seasonal staff. So we do have more budgeted in this budget for recruitment, training, and when we get down pre-employment screening and uniforms and all that stuff, because we're going to see a pretty big turnover. We anticipate a pretty big turnover at the end of next summer, hopefully. Yeah.
I think I'm conforming to the budget stuff there, I just was looking at the stuff historically. And I can only go back to 2016 to 2017. And personnel costs then, according to our budget documents, are around 38%. And they steadily increased. I know that they are typically a little bit higher in rural areas. But they're still, they went way up. 48% of the budget in 21-22, stayed pretty high. Now it's projected 42 to 44%. That's pretty doggone high. And if we're facing the problems we are, it seems to me that this would be one area that you bring down to like, with the average of rural districts anyway.
So the industry standard for personnel as a percentage of the budget is 60%. Recreation it's a people service, and so it requires that you have staff to do things. Historically, prior to my arrival, the pool was not operating within the safety requirements that the state and American Red Cross require. And it also did not have adults in the building. It had, 16 and 17-year-olds running the building at that time. And I have said every year that I've been in this role that under my watch, I won't do that to 16 and 17-year-olds and put them in that position. So we always have an adult in the building with them. And that also increases costs. And the state adopted new rules related to lifeguard to patron ratios and other safety required operational things that have increased costs as well. So all of those things combined create what I would say in our budget is actually a very modest personnel percentage compared to other park and rec agencies.
Well, how do you explain then that most other facilities like Ontario, Baker, I mean, the ones that are similar, where you've got similar kind of budgets, you've got personnel costs that are a lower percentage.
I would have
that's
to
a
look at their
lot.
budgets.
It's a lot. So I mean, I think it was, when I was just looking at this stuff, again, only to get myself oriented and informed. There's, at least in Oregon, where we're looking about a sort of a similar budget. You've got lower percentage of the personnel costs are lower. And when you've got a larger budget like Sisters, it's a lower percentage.
Well, it depends on the type of programming you're doing. So Sisters doesn't have a pool that requires certified lifeguards per patron.
Well, they're not really an equivalent. So it's a very wealthy district. So
Right, but so part of it is the type of operation you have. Part of it is the mix of revenues that you have to support your programming. And then part of it is being able to recruit and retain and attract staff. And that's been a huge challenge since coming out of COVID, because we can't compete with a lot of the other businesses that are offering a higher rate of pay for lower stake jobs. These kids are first responders and are trained as such. And so we try and balance being able to recruit and retain, and also that we have a budget reality.
So, my question. When we're comparing pools too, Ontario, Bakers, whoever you're looking at, do they have two pools under operation? What's their total lifeguard count versus ours? Which we love having all the pools, and it's a great for all the amenities, but it does drag down our budget because having to have the additional lifeguards, we're in essence operating two pools. At this point,
that could what we discussed. And people are not gonna like me for saying this, and this is strictly anecdotal. But I use the pool with a fair amount of regularity. And I don't know, I mean, it seems to me I see idle folks. I'm just thinking with this situation, I would hope those people would be, really busy rather than sort of looking around for things to do. And now that's anecdotal, so it's not an accusation, it's just an observation.
And I think it's important to recognize too that I would love for you to come and observe what is required of the staff and the work that they're doing. Because I have not observed idleness. I've observed people working very hard. So
Okay, I'll take you up on that.
I would love it. Anyone is welcome to do that. I invite anyone to come in and take a look at how it works. Any other questions on personnel? Yes.
Can you just, and maybe there's something in a different category, but the numbers here, like the regular full-time salary from 24-25 has decreased. But the part-time and seasonal salaries, is that 24-25?
Where are you?
Sorry, I'm on page 18. Like it was 183 for the part-time and seasonal, and then now it's 190. Was that including land-based recreation?
The 183 in 24-25 does include land-based recreation, yes, but it's also before the rules changed for the staffing requirements. And so now we're staffing 2 guards, an additional 2 guards for every open rec swim. We're staffing an additional 3 guards during open pool time. And we also have a 75% facilities. So like there's, and that's in a different budget, but so what I would say is the requirements for the in-water programs have changed since that fiscal year.
Courtney, you mentioned in a previous meeting that you do, or that you either do or plan on doing 4 hours of in-service each month for your lifeguards.
Yes.
Is that? So that's not what's required. Is that just what you guys choose to do?
It's required for American Red Cross certification. To maintain your certification, you have to do 4 hours a month.
That's just not what the state requires, so the.
Yeah, that's not a state requirement. That's American Red Cross certification requirement.
But they have to be lifeguard certified to work as a lifeguard.
Yeah.
Are there other lifeguard certification programs?
Yeah, there's multiple other programs. Bend is Starguard. Canita is the other one. There's 3. Starguard, American Red Cross, and it's a guy's name and I can't think of what it is.
Okay. That's just more in service than what's required for actual certification over the course of the year.
So certification, yeah, probably. I mean, it's absolutely possible. But that's more because it's 40 hours, 33 hours to get certified. And
But
so
you're doing 48 hours annually of in service.
Mhm.
Have you guys looked at other options that might be more cost effective than American Red Cross?
we have not looked at something other than American Red Cross. We have stayed with that because both Prineville and Redmond are American Red Cross, and the 3 of us work together with our lifeguard instructors, with sharing equipment, with other things. So we haven't looked at doing anything different.
Okay.
I would expect any program would require something like that for keeping up your certification.
The state OARs only require annual in service.
Yeah,
So it's unusual that American Red Cross would require monthly versus the state requiring annual.
yeah, 4 hours a month is required for maintaining certification. And if they came in and looked at logs from prior years, they would see that it wasn't happening, and now it is.
And what line item would that be on, Courtney?
That's under part-time and seasonal salaries.
Okay, the training is included in there as well.
Well, they're hours for the training.
But is the cost of the training the 4,000 on professional development?
No, no. So under the 4,000 professional development, it's the certification cost, which is $40 per certificate. It's we're looking at a training that staff just learned about at a state professional development with Oregon Rec and Park Association, where they get trained on how to work with staff with mental health challenges after they do a save. So because our lifeguards are first responders, if they have a save that requires CPR and whether someone lives or does not live, it's having a team ready to go to help provide support to teams. And so we're working with our regional partners to try to put a regional team together that could help with that kind of response. Thankfully, we haven't had a situation in our district before where we've had to do CPR. We did have our first incident where an infant required back blows, and the staff member was pretty shook up, and we took some time to really talk about it. So that's what that training is about.
I asked, where is it getting paid?
I understand. So that's under you asked about professional development. So I was telling you what was in that $4,000 of professional development. So those are the things that are included there.
This is the American Red Cross.
And as I noted earlier, we expect that we're gonna have to staff up going into next summer, and that's also part of that as well. Any other questions on personnel before I get down to materials and services?
The 1,000 for American Red Cross certification services non-staff.
So those are the contracted classes that we're doing for others. And so instead of putting it under professional development for those certificates, we put them down there under the ARC certificates.
And have we evaluated cost recovery on that?
Yeah, we're recovering, I think, 150% on those courses, because we charge for the facility and we charge for the staff time. And we charge for the books and the certificate, so it's all part of that cost. About $3,500 for a class of 10.
But there's only 1,000 budgeted.
Yeah, because it's only $40 for the certificate for each person. Would you like me to walk through materials and services, or you just want to ask questions? Either way.
Does anyone have questions on any of the?
Is there any way to save a few bucks there?
Uniforms and special events, both increased substantially over last year. That could be $10,000 in savings. And we are looking at ways to. What sort of special events are we looking at?
So that's the water safety month, in particular, that we're looking at doing next year, community-wide event.
Is it, I know that you guys work to get sponsors this year. Are we having a $5,000 range out of pocket on that this year?
No. So this year, because we're only doing sixth graders, I think we brought in sponsorships of 3,000, I think, and we're spending 3,000. So we just spent whatever sponsorships. But we still have to have budget authority on expenses to spend that money, even if we bring in a commensurate revenue. Any other questions before I move on to facilities?
Well, can you save money on uniforms?
I'm gonna request that you leave uniforms where they are, because we anticipate having to hire a bunch of new staff at the end of next May, going into the summer. We have a philosophy and a custom here in this district to not spend money unless we really have to. And so even though we have budget authority to do things, we don't do it unless it's absolutely necessary. So if the budget committee feels differently, you guys do your thing, but I'm requesting that you leave it as it's proposed.
Are the guards like when you check out uniforms, do they turn them back in at the end of so we're not repurposing?
If it's a swimsuit, yes, we don't take back their t-shirts. Most of the swimsuits, by the time we would take them back, are not usable again. They don't keep their packs, so those are ours. So we do repurpose their lifeguard packs. They keep their whistles, and they have to buy whistles if they lose the first one that we give them. So we're repurposing their packs, but in terms of the clothes, by the time we get them back, they've worked here 3 years. They're at the end of their life cycle. Facilities. Page 19. So you can see a significant decrease in personnel services. That's because we had a half-time or a quarter-time FTE in there for last summer for the transition and implementing all the new OHA rules. So what we have there is a 0.75 regular full-time person, and the other 25% of that person is under fitness instruction in the program's budget. And then you see that there's a decrease, and that's due to that 0.25 position being riffed at the end of the summer. And then as you go down to materials and services, contractual services, you see a significant increase, and that's for a few reasons. One, we hired a company to do preventative maintenance on our HVAC and boiler systems. What we've been doing prior to this year is working with different companies and more residentially focused companies. This is a commercial company that's coming in and helping. Frank was a part of evaluating those proposals that we received, and so we've signed on with Southland, who's providing those services. And I think in the long run, it's going to save us money on emergency calls for help from these other providers that we were using before. In addition, we've got about $15,000 budgeted in there to get the architectural work started on the locker room accessibility project. We want to get that to a certain point so that our grant writer can start pursuing funds, and we have to have some concept of what that architecturally looks like. So that's part of that as well.
Is the bathroom remodel
Yes,
still?
the locker room accessibility improvement project. Because it's taking down the walls, but then also making it more accessible as well. Under professional development and travel reimbursement, you see a slight increase there. We've got to get our facilities person trained on climate tech and on our BEX system, and that requires travel to Oregon City for a couple of different trainings. So that's why those have gone up a little bit. And then pool chemicals, because we're adding summer back, pool chemicals are going up from what we budgeted this year. You can see safety expenses, we just leave in case, something is needed. Furniture, we're hoping that we can find a grant to replace the chairs that we're all sitting in right now. We have a senior class 2 days a week in this room that has over 20 seniors exercising in these chairs. So we're hoping our grant writer will help us find some funds to replace them for all of our benefit. And so overall, you can see that there's a 12% increase in expenditures in facilities. Most of that is related to being open in the summer, and then also just anticipated increases in utilities, and then all those extra contractual services that we did not have in this year's budget. We're maintaining a $50,000 repairs and maintenance. You'll see this year, we're not anticipating to use that full amount. We're anticipating to be around $45,000, $44,000. But we like to keep that 50 in there just in case we need that budget authority. Yes.
What are you leasing?
The copy machine, copier printer.
Is that like a 5-year commitment?
Yeah, I don't remember how long it is, but yeah, it's a contract that we have,
At the end of it, they'll have a new machine for you that's even cheaper.
right? It's a cycle.
Bit of a joke. And fix that.
So you maintained temperature levels in the pool all last summer, right?
No, we dropped them last summer a little bit. Well, we dropped the lap pool 2 degrees, so we had it at 80, which is competition pool
Right.
temperature. And then we dropped the leisure pool. Well, we tried to drop the leisure pool, and we're having trouble with it because of the heat exchangers. So we kind of fought with that all summer. We did drop it a little bit, but not as much as we wanted to.
So the 10% is just the rate increases and a little bit higher temperature.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And just as a brief aside, replacing the heat exchangers will bring the efficiency back up close to 50%, which is a standard heat exchanger, which will also save us a bunch of utility money.
Yes.
Yeah. Those aren't going down.
So Courtney, in your budget message, you said you're launching a comprehensive asset management program.
Mhm.
Is that part, so you said 1,500 a year, is that coming out of this license due subscriptions?
Yes,
So the 7,000 includes that 1,500?
yes, it does.
So what else do you subscribe for?
So we've got Mission Linen that comes and does towels and all of our supplies in the bathrooms and all those things. We get charged for them doing that, so that comes out under licenses, dues, and subscriptions, but the actual like paper towels or toilet paper, that comes out of supplies. Licenses, let me think what else that includes. That includes membership to ORPA for the one staff member in this budget. It's $300 a month for our safety security company. Let me think what else, our dues and, that we spend with the county, it's about $1,200 a year for our license to operate. And then, we've got other state fees that we pay for operating as well out of there.
Is active not admitted?
No, that's under admin. I'm trying to think what else. We have, no, that would be under contractual services. I believe that's everything that's under that line item.
Courtney, one of your budget objectives, sorry, on page 12 is talking about the accessibility improvement project.
Mhm.
And you've budgeted 25,000. Is
Oh.
that, did you mention that in this
That's
or
a-
is that somewhere else?
No, that's under contractual services. I thought I did 15, but maybe I did do 25.
Well, does that include, what is that $25,000 for? Cause all it says is to draft the RFP for construction project.
It's,
Is there architecture?
so
costs
we
built
have
in?
a stack like this of all of the architectural evaluation of all the walls and stuff over the last 15 years. So my plan is to hire someone with knowledge about that to go through it and figure out what we actually need to move forward to the next phase, which is trying to plan for the RFP. And then also potentially having someone facilitate that process. So
So a consultant to evaluate and then facilitate.
and
all
give
the
us advice on
process.
how to, because we don't have that kind of expertise on staff.
For sure.
And that's the 15,000 that was in the contractual services.
That's part of the contractual services line, yes.
So was on that page that she mentioned, was it supposed to be 15 instead of 25?
Yeah, I think I changed it in the spreadsheet, but didn't change it on the message.
Okay.
So
So
trying
there's
to cut
nothing else
costs.
in another.
No,
Okay.
thank you, Liza. Other questions on facility expenses before we move to admin? So under admin expenses, you're gonna go to page 20. There's a 4% reduction in personnel services. Part of that is recognizing that the staff that historically have been at the front desk are lifeguarding more, so they're budgeted in the program's expenses, and I'm covering the front desk more. We're hopeful that we can hire enough staff that we can have that front desk person come back to the front desk and not be lifeguarding. But we expect that that probably won't happen until midway through the year, and so that's why you see a decrease from our current amended budget to the proposed budget personnel services. The two things I wanted to point out was active ADP and bank fees and merchant fees. We've estimated those increasing pretty significantly because of being open in the summer. We pay about 7% on every transaction that goes through our ActiveNet registration system. And so, yeah, and I just got notice that they're raising it again. So the cost to get a new system is about $75,000 and a lot of staff time. That was something that we had planned to do if we had successfully passed those measures. Since we haven't, we're sticking with active for now, and it is what it is. That's a cost we can't control.
You're talking about just processing credit cards?
Processing credit cards and paying for the system itself.
Like
It's a-
registering for all the.
Right.
But if you register for open swim, you
Yeah.
have to pay the 7%. But if you just come and do a drop in.
You're still paying the 7%. You're paying probably 3%, because the 7% is a total of both merchant fees and transaction fees. And they're separated. So the active ADP and bank fees is the fee that we pay for the transaction, whereas the merchant fees below is the fee we're paying for the credit card payments.
So I get like a call a day for people trying to pitch me on another merchant system. And I mean, are you sure that's not just sort of a kind of a 7%?
ActiveNet requires that we use their merchant system, and so we cannot go out and seek a separate one. ActiveNet is the point of sale program we use for registration for the district. It's used by multiple other park and rec districts in the state. Rec Trax is another one. I mean, they're all the same, and they all aren't great. And they're all expensive.
Do you think they all aren't great?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they all have their things that aren't great, so I've worked with both of them.
Does Redmond and Prineville use?
So Redmond uses RecTrack, Bend uses RecTrack. No, Bend uses ActiveNet, Sisters uses RecTrack. I'm not sure who Prineville's using.
I wonder if, I mean, longer term than this year, if we check with some of those aquatic only districts, if there's something that is,
Less robust.
yeah,
Yeah.
since we don't have the all the different recreational.
Well, and we aren't using, there's different modules for this program, and so we aren't using some, like, we're not using the teams leagues module anymore, so that's not included in our package. Thank you, that's what I was looking for, but we can certainly look at what others are doing.
So does the county still use one, okay?
Yeah, that's also expensive and not great.
Yeah, well, we crossed that one out, so that's the only one that I was familiar with,
Yeah.
but
And districts have I'm assuming that districts has the same restrictions as the county does, in that you can't have your funds held by a third party so you're really limited on what programs you can use.
But at the county with point and pay, the user pays the fee.
Right.
This
We
county
passed that.
does not, so like in this case. You don't wanna increase the cost of each, swim pass, but you could, like. Is there a way that users like? If they pay at the counter, it's still the same 7% regardless if they pay online versus.
Staff had proposed at one point adding a 6% processing fee or a 5% processing fee for credit card payments, and the board said no. So we do assess a 6% processing fee on refunds back to credit cards that we don't charge if we refund it just to their account, but we're charged for all of those.
like that cat tax.
Have you
Civic Plus?
$900
Like our county.
Yeah.
does.
We use a lot of Civic Plus products.
That's what their county.
We can look at it, I mean,
You always pay more for
Okay, well,
service.
it's 7:30, if we.
can I keep checking? Okay, so supplies, we've increased just because we haven't spent any money this year on supplies, and we know we're gonna have to buy more at some point we have to like replenish things, and so right now we're on a spending freeze. We're not buying anything unless something's gonna break if we don't buy it, and so that's why you see supplies increasing there. Liability insurance, the Special Districts Association has told us that to expect a 16% increase for next year, so that's what we budgeted for liability insurance.
What forms of insurance do we have? Just liability?
We have property. We have all the things, so property, crime coverage. They added a new one related to mandatory reporting.
Cybersecurity.
Cybersecurity is a newer one. There's,
There's in the.
yes. What else? Board expenses. So I plugged in $12,000 if the board wants to seek assistance from a consultant, probably Special Districts Association, on options for long-term funding strategies, as it relates to whether it's a maintenance bond or local option levy or some other form of funding. And so that's under board expenses. And then $4,000 for the election. We have 3 board seats that are up for election in May of 2027. Lewis, Hollyman, and McCloskey, because I knew someone would ask, so I put it on my slide. Legal services, I am assuming that we go back to typical operations as of July 1. I don't know if that's a good assumption or not. I'm just assuming it in this budget. Technology expenses, we do have to replace the front desk computer, and we expect we might have to replace the membership card printer. That membership card printer was $5,000 when it was purchased years ago. So we're hoping to find something that's less expensive and less archaic. But we're not going to do it unless it dies. So this is a place where we might have savings if the printer just keeps on kicking. And that's the admin budget. So you can see there's a 7% overall decrease on expenses year over year. Any questions on this budget before we go to capital? So under capital improvements, you can see the proposed 26-27 budget includes what we kind of talked about earlier. The leisure pool filter media needs to be replaced, spa filter media. The 90,000 for the pool heat exchangers, 10,000 for pool boiler maintenance, and then 19,000 for slide and toy refurbishment. For a total of 131,500. And then you can see as you look out to the future columns to the right, we just, in that last future projects, we just kind of dumped everything we know about. We're still in the process of getting good quotes. We met with Martha and they walked us through the costs for the pool liner replacements and some other things that we know are coming. But over the course of those 5 years, you can see there's about a little less than $6 million in investment that we anticipate in the next 10 years. This next slide is one I referred to earlier, and it kind of shows that it's been a volatile ending fund balance since day one. This is unassigned ending fund balance. So any grants that were received in May or June that then got carried forward, we took those out because they're assigned ending fund balance. You can see that at the beginning, the district in that third year was negative ending fund balance. And then until the local option levy passed, it kind of hung out there. That's what Jean was referring to earlier, that there were multiple closures. And then we did all right. Part of it was COVID grant funding that was not assigned. So that's part of that carry forward. And then savings that were realized because of being closed so much for COVID. So there were some benefits that came out of that. I hate to be the one to say that, but for our budget, it benefited us to some extent. Because of mandated closures and savings on personnel costs and other costs. And then you can see as you get to the end of the line that we were negative last year. We're expecting to be a lot less negative this year. And then next year, we're expecting to be back in the positive. And that reflects really reducing expenses significantly over the last year. And then, like I said earlier, sort of right sizing the services and programs that we do offer to the money that we have. The next slide looks at department FTE personnel expenses and revenue trends. And, you know, this is a slide I really like because it shows that revenue trends with personnel. So the more staff we have in programs, the more revenue we bring in. And that's because we're a staff people driven industry. Yes.
But there's also like a disclaimer that those FTEs were tied to land-based programs that had a different revenue structure. Like if you were to, is there any way to like only have this as pool staff? That's gonna be really hard.
It's really
my
hard.
point, like.
Yeah, no, and but it still tracks, regardless of whether it's land-based or aquatics, it still tracks that when you're offering programming, people are running them, and then the revenues increase as you're offering them. So the peak of our revenues was 22-23, and that was the peak of our staffing over the last 6 years anyway. You can see that when you look at the mix of staffing way back in 2008, 2009, it was 80% program staff. And then somewhere in the 2013, 14, 15, like in that area, the admin staff kind of took over, which is the green bars. And now we've gone back to this idea that, no, we have to invest in our program staff. And the background support of facilities and admin, it comes second to the programming staff that are needed to run the facility. That's everything for general fund. I think we can go through debt service and maintenance fund relatively quickly, I expect, but I could be wrong. What you can see is that at the end of this fiscal, there's no projected budget for 26-27 for the debt service fund because it closes at the end of this fiscal year. The board adopted a resolution shutting it down because we don't need it anymore. So all of the funds remaining at the end of this fiscal year will be transferred to the general fund with the idea that it's helping to fund the capital and maintenance improvements in next year's budget. And then future revenues that come through taxes that are being paid late, that would have come to debt service fund as prior year taxes will now be allocated to the maintenance reserve fund. On our balance sheet, we have about $32,000 of uncollected taxes for the debt service fund. And so what we've done is we've budgeted those, not all of them, a portion of them in the maintenance reserve fund for next year's revenue.
So we technically don't have to budget for the debt service fund at all.
That's correct,
Like,
it's done.
This is just including in historical numbers.
That's right.
So on the resolution, there's nothing to appropriate.
Nope, there's nothing to appropriate in this.
So for given the time, I don't think, just because we're low on time, like technically we have no budget authority over the debt service fund.
That's right.
It's zero next year.
That's right.
That's a good point. Is everyone okay?
And then for the maintenance reserve fund, it starts on page 34. I didn't put the budget up here because it's $11,000. We are proposing that $20,000. If you look at page 35, $20,000 would be coming over as and I put it under beginning cash. So that's an error on my part. There should be a new section of property tax revenues in between total beginning cash and grants, donations, and miscellaneous. I'll fix that on the.
Well, should it be an interfund transfer?
Well, no, because that other fund doesn't exist anymore. So it's instead of allocating those funds to the debt service fund for prior year, now it will be allocated in the maintenance reserve fund. So those funds will come in. They're still coming in at the county the same way, but the way that they're budgeted and spent is through our maintenance reserve fund based on the board resolution.
That was like 16,500.
Yeah, so we'll bring 16,500 over from the general fund at the end of the year. And then that 20,000 of prior year taxes that we estimate will collect, plus the 11,000 gets you to the 50,000 we expect to have in the maintenance reserve fund at the end of next year. And then you see that we have zero ending cash balance, and that's because we budgeted that same 50,000 to be transferred to the general fund just to give budget authority in case that happens, that we need that money. And that's the proposed budget.
So let me get this straight. You're transferring money, okay, so I want everybody on page 35.
Yes.
So you're transferring money in from general fund, and then you're budgeting just to transfer it back out to.
Yeah, just to give that budget authority in case it's needed. This is how we've done it every year since we've had the maintenance reserve fund.
On the grants that she's going after, is there match requirements?
None of the ones that we've discussed so far, but I'm sure that there could be ones that we find that have them.
It'd be nice to keep something in me, like. In maintenance. Like you said, it's always transferred out every year. And so our goal is
Well,
actually.
In the
Want funds to remain for, this 21 and 22. Sorry, these pages, there's $2 million of projects.
So it's budgeted to be transferred out, but as you can see, looking back to the actuals, it hasn't been transferred out historically. It's only budgeted to be transferred out in case there's an emergency that the board needs to authorize it to be spent. So the goal is not to spend it, but we have budget authority to do so if something happens.
So if something does happen, though, you could pass a supplemental budget
Sure.
to use those funds.
Sure.
If that's.
But otherwise, this budget as is. At least earmarks 50,000 for reserves.
Mhm.
To support the $2 million of things.
It would be the most we've ever had. When I came in, it was negative 44,000, so 50 feels like
We should
a win.
50,000
Go back to.
We still got our house.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the goal, I think, moving forward.
I mean, I think it would be wonderful if we could get to a point as a district where we have a reserve and we can talk about what is a healthy reserve amount and what percentage should it be, but yeah.
Well,
I just. CC board just passed their budget. And they've got something like 42 days reserve. And I asked the board, they're committed. If they drop down to 37 days of reserve, they are immediately going to implement 10% budget cut immediately when they hit 37 days. Which is cutting it close already. Now, it's a much smaller organization, so it's not like dealing with a battleship. But the standard rules for safety here, I know with all the respect of the professionals here, are 60 days of a reserve fund. And this is the history that I get. We were doing fine until it was going back and forth, but we were doing fine until 21-22. When we dropped to 40 to 50 days, 22, the next year, 23, 45 to 55 days, next year, 24, 30 to 40 days. Then 25, less than 15 days, then now, or 25, 26, 10 days. And now we're talking about an ephemeral, I think in a really ephemeral, maybe 9 to 10 days. I just don't think that's responsible. I think that there has to be a different way of thinking about doing this stuff. I mean, open-minded, there has to be something else that can be done. I think we should, rather than get better chairs, we should sell the damn chairs to get a few bucks. That might develop some goodwill, in the community. But this is a real thing. I just don't think it's responsible. It's not responsible to vote for when you've got something with that low reserve. It's not the right mindset.
Believe me, I would love to have a huge reserve, and I've worked with COCC on their risk analysis related to their reserves, and I did the same thing for our organization. We don't have the capacity to do that and try to meet expectations and programs and services and be open. So I think you're preaching to the choir, because I agree with you 100%, and I think most people around the table probably do as well. We've been sitting in this challenging place for years, paying for the sins of the past, of not saving when the facility was young and new.
Well, in 2021-22, our personnel costs jumped up to 48%. Almost, that was a good, that was a good 10% over 2016. And we're still high.
I think anything I say is not helpful at this point, so.
So throughout the budget, I have one green sheet change. We can talk about these at the end, but does anybody else have anything within what was just presented at the budget committee level before we go into public comment? Anything you'd like to see adjusted? The only thing on page 52, the audit center fee schedule. I'm assuming it's just a typo, there's a party rentals at the bottom. The in district is 270 and out of district is 225.
Thank you, the 270 is one, I'll fix that.
That's reversed.
Yeah,
Is it reversed
yeah,
or?
it's reversed.
Okay. Even if the adjustment is small, now is the time to speak up if you'd like to see something move.
I've been talking way too much, and people are gonna really have to with this life for me, but one of the things that concerns me, and it pains me to say it, because it seems so focused, I'd really rather have it not be. But with our current situation, Now, do I have it right that the executive director, let's just say it's that position, is full compensation is $121,000 a year? Is that correct right now?
It's 117,000.
Plus a medical, 3,000 something for a medical stipend?
You know what the total overall cost is? Like within the budget of,
Within the proposed budget? Or
yes,
what's the contract? The proposed budget is $114,000, which is the existing contract. The board has not made a determination yet if they will renew the contract or go out for a new director. So we stuck with the existing contract, which is $114,000. There's a 1% one-time cost of living adjustment included in the proposed budget. Which is part of the contract as well. And then $3,600 of health insurance opt-out.
and then plus taxes,
Get the payroll taxes that are,
so 128,000.
I don't know the number off the top of my
I
head.
don't know. I have the percentage of the budget for $121,000. $121,600, which that was based on the prior years. And that's 9.3% of the budget. 9.3% of the budget for the executive director's position with the current circumstances that we have.
Was there a question?
Well, I'm suggesting what I'm suggesting is if, rather than taking a vote now, that there might be another meeting where people would hash this stuff out and see if we can reduce expenses a little bit more.
Well, the executive director is under contract.
Well,
Until,
any other options would be.
So the end date of the contract is. Is it June 1st or June 30th?
June 30th, 26.
And so that's on the budget or on the board discussion agenda.
So looking at our authority as a budget committee, like you said, like, you know, of the overall budget, 9.3 is to one position, like, if we were to, like, we can't. We're just the numbers and let's try to keep it to where it's like, we're analyzing this budget from a. You know, sustainability, like, you said, like, if total overall personnel, like, don't break it down by position, but if total overall personnel is 80% of this, which it's not, then it's like, no, that's not sustainable. We need to get that number down to 60. We should be looking at some high level category. Do you have anything like that broken down where it's like, this is how much is in personnel, this is how much is in materials and services? Do you have it broken down by the budget categories itself?
I believe.
Is that on the resolution? Page 13 of your packet. So this just breaks it down by program, not by budget category.
Page 15 has your expenditures by category.
So personnel's at 40.
Yeah, so this is a really good graph. Is everyone on page 15? So like this makes it look like we have a huge materials and service, well. Yeah, no contingency.
It costs a lot to operate a pool. Well, operating a pool was a profitable business, there would be one in every community.
Yeah,
And
right?
a businessman would be running it. Yeah.
I guess from an operations standpoint as well, you know, working in different industries that are service driven, like the pool, I think what's 40% being used by personnel services below a benchmark that I would think of. And that materials and services and capital outlay is the cost of running a pool. So in a way, I feel like when I look at this wedge, I see that personnel services is somewhat lower than I would expect for a service company, and that the things that are actually above are the related to the pool maintenance.
I'm wondering if that's, we might want to recheck that. Because I came up with 42 to 40, between 42 and 44%. I may be wrong, but we might want to check that. Because if it's actually 42 to 44, in that range, maybe it could be dropped 2% and save some money that way. If it to take it down to 40%, if it's not already 40%. I just suggested you check that, make sure it's 40%.
You had the executive director's salary overestimated in your numbers that you were using
I
by
had
$5,000.
I had it for 121 600 as 9.3.
Right, but it's 117.
Yeah, so it drops it to about 8% or something like that, but
So there's a percent there.
Okay, so clearly, we're not gonna get done
Yeah.
by 8 o'clock if we wanna include some public comment. So at 7:53, do we want to allow for, say, 15 minutes of public comment? Starting, and then we can reconvene as the budget committee after public comment. So we'll go to approximately 8:10, 8:15 tonight. So can we see if anybody is on Zoom this evening that wants to do a public comment?
I know that Susan Kovari does, so I can unmute her.
Yeah, can we ask, given the timing, can we try to keep, the online to 3 minutes? Just because we have a room full of people here tonight that we want to get to as well.
I actually am approved for 6 minutes and I would like to keep it that way.
Okay, let's do 6 minutes.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. My name's Susan Kovari. I want to begin by thanking the board and the budget committee for addressing my concern regarding personal identifiers in the legal fee detail. I appreciate the decision to remove names or initials from those entries and use more neutral descriptions. That was my primary concern with the legal fee breakdown. Legal expenses may be relevant budget information, but they should be presented neutrally and accurately by public purpose or service category, but not by naming individual public records requesters. I appreciate your attention to that issue. My remaining concern tonight is budgetary transparency. The budget message discusses financial strain, the summer closure, the unexpected legal expenses, but I don't see the same emphasis on the auditor's report, including note number 2, the fiscal year 24-25 going concern warning, or note 11, the max negative year-end general fund balance. The budget materials show a negative beginning fund balance of approximately $67,565. That is major budget context. If the budget message is going to tell the story of why funds were spent, then it should tell the full story. That includes the auditor's financial warning, the negative fund balance, revenue loss, legal expenses, internal spending decisions, and any overspending or budget management issues. At the May 4th Budget Committee meeting, Director Sneed appeared to acknowledge that at least part of the negative financial position related to overspending. If that is accurate, then that should be part of the budget discussion too. The public deserves a clear explanation of how much the max financial strain resulted from revenue loss, how much resulted from legal expenses, how much resulted from internal budget decisions, and how much resulted from spending beyond available resources. The Budget Committee should not be asked to approve a budget based on a narrative that emphasizes legal costs tied to public participation while underemphasizing the auditor's going concern, the negative fund balance, and internal budget management issues. For that reason, I respectfully request that a Budget Committee member make a motion asking the staff to ensure the final budget record clearly addresses, first, the year 24-25 auditor's going concern warning. Second, the negative general fund balance of approximately $67,565. Third, the causes of the MAC's financial condition, including revenue loss, legal expenses, internal spending decisions, and any overspending. And fourth, any corrective steps the MAC is taking to prevent a repeat of the same financial condition of fiscal year 26-27. This request is not about criticizing for the sake of criticism. It is about accurate, neutral, complete budget information before the Budget Committee votes. I want to briefly clarify the record also regarding lifeguard and service training. I had a chance to check this out. I'm not objecting to training or safety standards. However, my understanding is that the Red Cross certification is valid for up to 2 years and is maintained through recertification. The 4 hours per month language appears to come from older Red Cross lifeguarding materials as a best practice recommendation to manage facilities, not as a current Red Cross certification requirement. Oregon rules appear to require in-service training at least annually. So if the MAC is budgeting for 4 hours per month per lifeguard, please describe that accurately as a MAC operational standard, facility policy, risk management practice, or best practice choice, not as a Red Cross requirement to maintain certification unless the MAC can cite the current Red Cross requirement. Again, thank you for addressing the personal identifier issue and the legal fee detail. I appreciate and I hope that you will please make the appropriate motions as mentioned in my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan. Is there anyone else on Zoom?
Not at this time, it doesn't look like it.
Okay, so let's move to in the room. Is there anyone? Okay. So is this one first?
Yeah, bottom ones.
Okay, so I'm gonna start in order. Is Sheila? Bob, you have? Can you state your name for the record?
My name is Sheila Fowler.
I
just wanted to ask that, if maybe possibly Courtney might consider, taking a reduction in pay so they could get a maintenance person or have more employees. Because, doing the recall effort, I've talked to, I don't know how many people that would really love to be able to come here more often or have it open more often. And to have the maintenance things fixed so they could be able to come here if that's what the excuse is or what, because there's so many different things that come up. I couldn't even point out a specific thing, but that would be one thing I would like to offer or ask. And then I'd just love to see if possibly saving the taxpayers' money, if the board would want to resign, I would appreciate that. Since there's been numerous people that come up and, I mean, I've listened to I don't know how many people that are very disgruntled and feel that this place has been treating people very unfairly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, then the next one is Nikki. Chris.
Good evening, I'm Nikki Parson. And I just want a quick update that I did see Kate today, Kate Samkeep. And the recall is for real, it's happening. We have the signatures, we're turning them in next week. So just wanted to give you that quick update. And I'm just kind of curious, and I don't expect to get an answer or whatever, but waves of change. I'm not being a smarty pants, I'm really not, but what is that? What, when you're saying legal fees that are going to waves of change, what does that mean? Because waves of change is like a Facebook page. You know, I mean, I filed this recall, me, myself, and I. I have a treasurer. So I don't know where waves of change comes in with all these supposed legal fees that are all because of waves of change. So I'm just kind of curious about that. Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
You absolutely.
So when you met with the county clerk, So you have gotten sufficient signatures?
Yes, I
So
do.
it's for sure going.
We need
Those signatures have to
700
be certified by the county clerk.
Yes, they do.
Okay.
They absolutely do. Yeah, we do.
So the
So-
$20,000 number, does that come in from the county? Or
Yes, it
from
is.
the county?
She said, yes, it does. Cause I think you were asking me, correct?
Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify
Right.
on the 20,000 in the budget, cause like right now,
Yeah.
it's sitting in contingency.
Kate Zemke said to start at 16,000.
Start at
Start at 16,000, but it could be as high as 20,
Okay, so
based on the math numbers. And that's what she told me today.
thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so next is Susan Barker.
State your name. For the record, my name is Susan Barker. I'm a homeowner, taxpayer, of Metro Jefferson County. I discovered last meeting, the 27th of April, you had already elected a grant writer. I assume the board also knew about this and voted for that decision. Then again, they seem not to know the name of the individual. So we're requesting the following. We'd like to know the date of the hire, the individual's name, contract signed by that person, as well as the ED and board members, detail of the contract, in other words, how is this person paid? Is this individual paid after a grant is received? If so, that's misrepresenting the purpose of the grant. Where did the funds for this come from? And what is the payment that has been agreed upon for the grant writer? Also, where is this person located? How was this particular person decided? Credentials, background, this sort of thing. List of grants have been written. We'd like a list of the grants that have been written to foundations, organizations, or whomever else, the amount requested and the reason for the particular grant. There's been this would be an excellent time to show the taxpayers transparency regarding how you're spending the money. They already are concerned that you're not doing the grants yourself regarding the wages you get paid, which the board approves, and the fact that you had to get a loan, which the taxpayers now have to pay 6% because you're not seem to stay in the budget. And it was actually amazing how many people in this recall actually looked for your page with your name on it to sign. Just to throw that out there. And also, I don't have one more sentence.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, Chrissy, Abby. And Chrissy, before you get started, this goes for anyone else that's presenting. Just keep in mind we're the budget committee. If you do have specific requests, please make it to the board meeting afterwards. So keep it finance related. Okay, so go ahead.
This is Christy, I'm Christy Abbey, sorry. And I'm just noticing on the objectives that were as part of the budget, the adequate funding and also addressing all district stakeholders. So I guess to me is connected to the budget, but just the improving community relations is something that doesn't really cost anything in dollars, but it's priceless. So to me, these things that we're talking about are related to money. And, improving relations with, I don't know, there needs to be a better way of understanding what the community wants when you talk about going out for another bond, because it's like, is it gonna be the time? Is a year gonna be enough time? And I feel like I saw how complaints were followed up on, but I just don't know whether the people that had the complaint were followed up on to see whether they were happy with that. So to me, the community relationships and transparency also translates to money. So if I'm getting that a little bit wrong, forgive me, but I really do think the relationships are how you're gonna get taxpayers to be opening their pockets more, so.
Next one's Trudy Haugen.
Trudy Haugen, others, and I, mostly just wanted to talk about, how thankful as community members we are of the budget committee process because of the fact that we actually have community members at the table speaking on our behalf. Which sometimes is the only time we feel like we have that. And so I just appreciate that and, I'll just talk about the elephant in the room. As far as a taxpayer, I do expect that a budget is passed with majority vote. And I do expect that when it's not, that we take it seriously. And I do expect that we're respectful about about the process when it hasn't happened. And that we spend time explaining it and talking to people and why we didn't fix it. And it's important. It's very important. Budget transparency is the number one thing. I don't care about the wages. I don't care about all that stuff. It's just expenses and income. But at the end of the day, this budget needs to pass with majority vote. And I sat in this room last year when it didn't. And it wasn't pleasant. And it's something I will never forget. I have gone to many budgets and it did raise a red flag for me. It raised a red flag for me for a super long time. And when I sat in that training with SDAO and they trained on how the budget did not pass with majority, my first concern was for Jefferson County and the taxpayers. Because as a budget committee, we sent a budget to Jefferson County to certify collection of the local option levy and the property taxes. And to me, as a body, we should have done anything we could have to fix that for them. And so anyway, just for me, it's really important. I really appreciate how I'm feeling that everybody's slowing down this year. I don't feel an urgency that I felt last year, and I appreciate that as a taxpayer. I appreciate that maybe we've learned from that and we are slowing down. And also, I would like to say that I am encouraged by the fact that we have regular hours set. I think we should not, do the closing. I'm still very concerned about the local option levy and the verbiage in it. But yeah, I am the one that contacted the assessor's office, who then sent it to the Department of Revenue. And I did work with the Department of Revenue. So, but yeah.
Thanks you. Okay, Wes Curtis.
I'm Wes Curtis. I want to thank everybody here for participating in the budget committee. And I feel that a lot of you studied really hard. I think it's a good budget. I do have some concerns and I want to thank Mrs. Gasman for bringing this up and studying is with the training for the lifeguards. If the certification is 2 years or 1 year, until we pass this, I think that Mrs. Sneed should do some research to see if it's possible that we go with another training method. And I appreciate all you guys' service. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Okay, anyone online? Can we check one more time?
We do have one more.
Okay.
Hey, sorry, I must not have filled out the right piece of paper over there.
Can you state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Gregory P. Horn, to be exact. I am a taxpayer. I put in a long list of things to talk about. And you can tell by looking at me that my pool as a kid growing up was North Unit Irrigation District. So I often hear, well, what happened to that? Of course, we can't do that sort of thing today, so we do need a proper place for kids to learn to swim and stuff. The facility is great. It's got a nice shell, but it ain't worth crap in the inside, it sounds like, I find out. And I wondered about that, I heard rumors. You look at the budget, you can tell. When this place was built and even before, the community wanted something for kids, summer, swim lessons, not in the winter. So one of my points is that we're a 24-hour, $367 operation. That is not cheap. And we're not doing it just for kids. Doesn't have to be just for kids, but the primary purpose of all of those drives when I was a kid and older were about nickels and dimes and putting it to get a community pool. I think we've forgot that's what really I think our mission should be, even now. I got a copy of the budget a while back. And I'm obviously here tonight, but several things concern me. I'm not gonna get into detail, but by the way, I didn't even practice for 3 minutes. Payroll is a concern. I'm really concerned about the number that's in there for legal, lawyers, and how it even got there. Now, I also recognize there was a lot of things and a lot of board members before you guys got here. And so now you're having to deal with them and also with the community. There's just too much stuff. To me, it should be kids, summer, lessons. I used to ride the bus to Redmond to take swimming lessons. I can remember Thunder and Lightning, the transportation guys. That was, yeah. I think you need to get back to that. But after hearing some of the things and seeing in the budget, I don't even know if you can get back to summer, kids, and swim lessons. It's a tough thing to swallow, to do. And myself, I've been involved with many budgets, big budgets, a lot of people, a lot of things, including losing some kids. Not my own. Kids, I think it should be kids, but I don't know that you can do that. We've got to spend so much to redo this place. You got a shell, but that's all we got.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Last call? Anyone else online?
See any hands?
Okay, so it's 8:15. It obviously we're gonna reconvene to next Monday. Sorry, the Monday after 2 weeks. So is there any deliverables or anything that you would like prepared for the budget? We have one green sheet change for 20,000 for the recall election. Is there anything else you would like? Courtney, I do have one question. You already ran this budget by the Department of Revenue and they didn't say anything about the negative fund balance on page 16.
They did not.
The 2,557.
They did not.
Is that just the email that you forwarded to budget committee members? Or have you spoken with them about it further? I'm just wondering because when I read that email, it kind of seemed like maybe they weren't gonna review it until later.
So it is the email that I forwarded, and it said that he was gonna take a look at it, and I have not heard back from him since that email. So I haven't heard anything.
Okay, I'd like to get clearance specifically on negative fund balance in a budget, because the way I read the Oregon budget law is that you can't have a negative fund balance because it's considered an expense. Like, so if that means we need to move this to just zero, to have zero negative, then we need to plug the 2,500 somewhere else. I don't want the budget to go to Department of Revenue July 15th and then come back and say, oh, you have to make a change for $2,500.
Yeah, I can follow up on that.
Budget law doesn't care if it's $1 or $100, like, it's the principle of the matter. And I just, given that letter and the circumstances, let's get that one cleared. And then is there any other negative fund balances? Is there one on the maintenance reserve?
No, that's the only one that's on the general fund.
Okay.
If I could say something, before our next meeting, if Courtney, if you could update the budget message to include some type of language regarding the audit comment for the going concern, as well as the negative starting balance. I think that would be a good call towards transparency.
Yeah.
Yep, I can do that.
We take a look also at what our options are as far as the Red Cross training versus what other training we could have, and versus what best practices.
Well, I mean, I can answer that. I can answer the best practice question right now.
Well, I'd like to.
Okay,
So
I can bring back more information about that.
Yeah, thanks.
so like a training.
Email it out ahead of time.
Save time. And to be clear, I wasn't suggesting that we do that. I understand that's a big undertaking to implement a whole new system. I was just wondering if that was been considered.
What I can do is bring back info on the
Just-
3
just
different ones,
options.
and then what our training requirements are.
I would just say I appreciate that type of input because, you know, like this is one time a year where we have different community members at the table who have their nose in the finances too, and it just is good to be able to bounce those ideas, even if it's a bigger picture and thing. I think that's really good.
And then for next meeting on page 13, can you come back with the corrected resolutions?
Yeah, I mean, the resolution is for the board, so this was just a draft.
It's just for our budget book being clean. Right, I'll say correct dates.
And I'm assuming that any other questions that come up for us, we can direct to you in the meantime.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Courtney.
Okay, so quick recap, one green sheet change. Melissa brought up, the budget message will be amended for going concern and negative fund balance. There will be a snapshot of the training costs and programs options. Third is the negative fund balance on for the 2,500, just confirming with Department of Revenue that's. And then was the corrected resolution for page 13 to just have the dates. And then while we're on it, on page 12. Should goal number 1, instead of that 25,000, should that be 15,000?
I'll clarify that, and then I will, does the budget committee want me to bring back? So right now you have a proposed budget. Would you like me to bring back an amended proposed to include budget committee's green sheet change? So that when you look at approving the budget, it has that in it already.
That would be great. And for the meeting on June, it would be nice if you had easy access to the Excel spreadsheet to where if there's any other additional changes, you can make it live and then we can make a motion based off of the updated figures.
Yep, I can do that.
One other concern, is just the legal line item.
What page?
On page 20. I don't know, I mean, the rest of the board was in the meeting with the attorney. But I just wanna make sure that we're being realistic about that number, with when the next hearing is. I don't, yeah.
So legal services is currently 12,000. So that might be an additional green sheet change depending on tonight's board meeting.
Well, I don't know how we could project it, but
And
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
mean-
asking for you to share what the attorney said, I just don't know,
Well, I mean, it's,
Yeah.
I think it's public record that the litigation that's ongoing right now, there's a hearing scheduled for May 28th. So we should have more information as to whether it will
Right.
continue to be ongoing or if that particular litigation will be completed.
okay, so that could be another
yeah.
green sheet change for the June first meeting. We should know.
Yeah. We'll just see what happens.
And then William,
Well, that goes out, it's not alarmist, the stuff is, and put it in the most dull form. But when we talk about the going concern, I think it would, for the sake of transparency, I would include this line from audited. These conditions raise substantial doubt about the district's ability to continue as a going concern for a reasonable period of time. So a lot of people aren't gonna know what going concern means. So if we include that in there, I don't think it's alarmist, I think it's very appropriate.
hey, any other matters? Hey, our next meeting is June first, stated at
5:30 PM.
We already know that Irby won't be here, so I don't know if you wanna make sure you know how many people will be here in case of that.
is everyone else?
The numbers for
And it's clear we have 9 people.
Irby, is there any chance you can attend via Zoom?
No. So I will try, I will really try, but more than likely, no. Just
Okay,
being honest.
yeah, it's just the public posting went out and everything stated for
I
you,
know.
so it's substantially difficult to adjust.
Yeah.
Given the.
I get it, that's just.
So Courtney, you've done some
Really
research,
busy.
if one of our members is gone, then how many people does it take to pass?
6,
It's one,
because it's based on the number of
Regardless of how
filled
many members are
positions.
I just want everyone to hear it.
Okay, so let's close the meeting at 8:23.
You know.
Thank you. Great.
And do everything.
Yeah.
It was well-
Good
Okay. We're gonna take a 5-minute break before we reconvene our meeting. Ready, Cora?
Yeah.
I am, I'm just looking for the.
We're going to reconvene our board meeting at 8:31 PM. Hey, guys. Hey, Wes. We're starting our meeting. Thank
Yes,
you.
Mr. Irby.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Dominguez.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay.
Gotta be nice for one more day.
No worry, I'll tell everybody.
So we're going to correspondence, patron comments, cards, emails. Courtney, that's you.
Let me see where it starts here.
We don't have any packet materials for this is the agenda, right?
Correct, so the,
I'm not missing.
Well, there's some minutes, right?
yeah, there's minutes, so the board packet was 187 pages, 130 of that is correspondence,
138.
130, yeah, 130 something pages of it is correspondence, so that is why I did not print it out, we were trying to save
Wow.
trees. In your correspondence, you have, I believe, 3 separate complaints, requesting processing under our board policy 22-04.
Can we, are you looking on your screen? Can we mirror it?
Oh, it should be up there. Since I'm screen sharing.
That would work.
But maybe the TV got tired. Let me close. Sorry, technical difficulty. Now it should work. Thank you, Cora. I didn't realize it wasn't on the screen. So as I noted, there were 3 separate requests for evaluation through the public complaints policy. In the board packet, it includes as the first step of the policy, the board chair and vice chair reviewing those complaints and responding to them. So let me get through. Should have look over here. That was the first one. Sorry, I had the new, oh, so that was the first one, and then the second one relates to the budget preparation. That one was, I can't remember if that's one that got responded to yet or not. Yes, that's one that was responded to. So this is the response from the board and then the original email request for review. And then all the attachments associated with it. Then there's an email correspondence between myself and Rayleigh, how do I say her last name? Doherty. Doherty. And then there's an email that Janelle had forwarded and mentioned at the last board meeting from Jane Ahern that went to the board. Culver High School sent a letter they're doing a fundraiser to support senior year events, so included that in your board packet. And that is the correspondence. And then to follow up on last board meeting, there was a discussion about having a work session to discuss correspondence and how we do that. And we didn't have a work session today, so that'll be on your June board meeting work session to take a look at best practice for correspondence and then have the board give some direction on how you want to approach that for board packets.
And the meeting that we discussed for May 28th that we scheduled is.
Not everybody was available on that date.
Okay, I thought.
Or maybe I just didn't hear back from you. I didn't hear back from somebody, and so we didn't move forward with that.
I thought that I was the last one because it was the only day that they could, that two were available, and you asked me if I could go later. And I said, yes, that was fine.
Okay, I thought I hadn't heard back,
So
so
we look at other dates though, cause
we looked at
No.
yes, I mean, it was. Yes, we looked at a lot of dates and it just. Wasn't gonna work, so I mean, we could, I mean, if everyone's available on the 28th, I presume that we might have an executive session that night. I was gonna wait until I got. Some direction from our attorney, but we could plan a work session and executive session for that night. If everybody's available.
I'm not sure yet.
Thursday,
Yeah, I'm not sure yet.
yeah, I'm not.
Are you saying? I'm sorry, I think I'm confused. So our regular board meeting for this month is today.
Correct. This is our regular
Because
board
the
meeting.
memorial got bumped to tonight to do with the budget. That's why normally we're there next Monday, but it's not on it, so. You know,
Okay. Yeah, cause I thought, I was under the impression that the 28th was like
Oh, a full board meeting.
well, no, I knew that we were adding it to the schedule, but, yeah, I think, I thought that we were going to discuss. I thought that the board discussion was to review that email from Susan, which now there's been more. And then, yeah, talk about that, board policy, and then also it was, I mean, we talked about doing the executive director stuff every week time, so. I just wasn't sure how we landed on not having that day.
Yeah, it just didn't get scheduled. So the next meeting we have on the books is June 1st for the second budget committee meeting. I mean, if the board wanted
We
to.
don't have a board meeting that day.
So we could add one to the budget.
Maybe, yeah, if you wanted to add a work session after that.
Irby won't be here, but,
I will not be here.
or maybe you could come after for
If
the
you make
board
it
meeting.
late, if you make it late, I can be here. 8:30, probably 8:15, 8:30. If we're going that way, sounds like.
And I just asked what the direction was with the response to Susan. Are there some complaints that the board was going to speak about, or?
Of the 23 complaints that Irby and I already answered, did you read the answer?
Well, I read them, I was gonna go through and match them up. I mean, you know, the answers were very brief, and so. I was interested to hear if we're considering those things resolved.
Yes, Irby and I didn't find anything in those 23 that we felt warranted an investigation, which I think she was asking us to try to do that. And using that, using that, one that we had investigated when we had the incident in the pool with the patron. Read through them for and see if you really feel there's anything that's not historical that would warrant an investigation to further. Further review the people.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll match them up and look at them, and I can maybe send you my feedback. I think that
I don't feel that that was appropriate or like.
Well, in that board policy, it states it should start here, it should start with Courtney, and I think that Susan felt she'd already been there. Even asking for other people, they'd already been there, they had reported these things at board meetings and so on. Some of them, like I stated, we all want to see more hours, and some of those things are procedural, but what's there to investigate? Yeah, to take it into further, so take the time and read through them.
Yeah, I think that, those things were compiled with. I would call them concern. They're compiled with a lot of detail and background information. And I think some of the one-word answers I find were disrespectful to the amount of work that she put in to try to present it in a neutral manner. And I would just say that I think that the board, I feel that we could benefit from engaging with our community in a way that is helpful and not just stuffing everything down. And when our legal fees for next year were $12,000, I think it merits a look at how we got to some of these concerns. And
well, my answers are not disrespectful in any way. You know, my personality, I am pretty just
Yeah.
short to the point.
well,
Some of the concerns were repetitive, where you could
Yeah.
refer to the upper answer, so.
yeah, I think, there's a couple that stick out that were like correct, and this is the
Well,
discretion.
it was a
and
statement and it was a correct statement, so correct.
yeah,
Yeah.
so I do need to spend time matching them back up. I will say that the one regarding the last public records request, I think the board needs to sit down and
Which numbers?
discuss it. I don't know the numbers, and I was thinking that we would have a printout of them, and I should have printed it out, but
Go through it, take the cost.
is that's one of the ones that you reviewed?
There's so many, I couldn't tell you which number was which one or which complaint.
Yeah.
We did go through them and we talked about it and we looked at them, and some of them, I don't want to use the word redundant, but a lot of them were redundant of things that have been addressed already. So.
Okay.
So if we did a meeting on June 1st, after our other meeting, it would be to discuss like a process for addressing public comment and go over the 23 different things.
Well, it sounds like the
They've been
chair and vice
addressed.
chair want to dismiss
They've been
the
addressed.
entirety of it.
Unless you really find something that you think there's something we can investigate, I'm willing to take a look at it. That's why I say take the time and read it over.
I think definitely the one with the records release and presenting that we had looked for a document and weren't able to find it.
Oh, the banks.
Yeah.
The bank check.
Yeah.
Well, now, I think between us and the district attorney, we've addressed that.
Yes, but I think the complaint is the fact that the district attorney would have to get involved. And I think that's the point where if the board wants to mend a relationship with the community and not have things escalate, we have to, as a unit, figure out how to handle things in a more respectful manner with the community. I mean, they're asking for a public record. What can we do to be helpful? We were all on the email thread, and I felt that I didn't want to overstep and get involved in something that was not because I'm not like board leadership. So but
So
we're in public service, and the fact that the taxpayers had to pay for the district attorney for a second time this year to review a public records release is ridiculous. And the fact that the district attorney was able to call the bank and find out that, oh, these records are available, and our attorney was in on this, oh, we can't provide it. we're wasting money with that whole interaction, not just in our district, but also in our county. And that's the concern. The concern isn't, is it addressed? Did we get the records out? The concern is like, are we managing things?
Okay,
in a responsible way?
we don't know whether that, you know, that we can't just assume we know the law. So that, those questions go to the attorney and the district attorney. And I think there's some mandates of what we can do on our own and what we have to forward to the attorneys.
Special district. The one concern that Corey's bringing up was that the public records request wanted a copy of a canceled check that was deposited. And we didn't have that copy. And in hindsight, Courtney stated, after 3 bank name changes and 3 years plus had gone by, she didn't even think to call the bank to say, would you still have that record? The district attorney did. So I didn't know what more can I investigate for that
I
concern?
think the more you could investigate is that Susan said that she would escalate it to the district attorney, and we never stopped as a staff to say, is there something I can do to be more helpful? Do we have a grant file about this scoreboard? Is there some other communication that I could, you know, some other thing that I could pull that could be helpful if I was open to speaking, you know, being helpful? It's,
Well,
I think that, and in that communication from the attorney, there was, well, they're not reasonable from our attorney. They're not reasonable, they won't take no for an answer. Like, there was a legal aspect of, do we have to release this record? Do we not?
Yeah.
But at the point that, you know, at the point that we think it's gonna go to the district attorney, like, can we just call our bank?
And nobody thought of it. If we would have thought of it,
That's-
but I would have said.
I do not accept that nobody thought that we could pull a grant file or pull the file from scoreboard spending and say, hey, Susan, I don't have that check. Is there something else that you're looking for? What are you working on? What can I help with? And that is absolutely part of our duties in our job description.
Okay, so
to DS.
So you're
You
making, time out. You're making a lot of assumptions right now around how that whole thing went down, and I would like to address it if I could, because there was a lot of research done on site, looking through files, looking through, it wasn't our grant, it was a contribution from a separate organization, which we file as AR, accounts receivable, which gets shredded after 3 years. Despite that, we looked through all the scoreboard files that I have. I spent probably an hour looking for this documentation, did not charge any money, and did my best to try and fill it. And I never thought to call the bank because of all of those changes that had happened between Columbia to Umpqua, back to Columbia. And we had tried to do something else about a year ago to find a file, and they said, no, we don't have that anymore. That was Columbia, now we're Umpqua. So I made some assumptions and I learned a lesson, and now we will call the bank if someone wants a check from 5 to 8 years ago, because apparently they can go up to 8 years back. But I don't appreciate you making the assumption that I'm not doing my best to serve the public, because that is a core value of mine that has been attacked over and over again. And we're doing the best we can with not a lot of staff to meet all the expectations, and one person out of 17,000 is taking up 80% of my time right now, and I just don't think that that's good use of my time or the taxpayers' money.
Or the attorney or the district attorney.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
you just said something that you
Agreed.
don't accept what we sat here and told you, that we did our best. So basically, you're saying either you don't trust us or you think calling us liars. And that is not
Frank,
acceptable.
I have worked in public service. I have.
I don't
processed
care. You just
records
said
requests,
that you
and
do
you
not
did
accept what
so.
we're telling you.
Point of order.
No, come on, no excuse. Who's the chief?
So, Irby,
Yes,
He's raising his voice.
so
going back to what
let's get back on
brought up.
track. Okay, let's get back on track. Okay. Let's use some calm heads here. Okay,
We should be able, no matter how many requests we've had from a certain person, to work with them.
And we do.
Susan, in that email thread, there was back and forth, like, I can't release it to you, are you the legal? You know, all of this extra picking that I don't know needs to happen to just say, hey, is there something else we can provide around this project that would be helpful? And I mean, we could ask the district attorney's opinion, honestly, if that.
I think there's a bigger concern in my perspective of like, all this is only going back to the amount of time that Courtney has been our executive director. If you actually wanted to delve into like the whole history and all the things that went wrong back to Joe McKinney and beyond to Bobby and whoever else you want to go through that we don't have records on, there were far worse things going on in this district. That if you were gonna be fair and dig into the whole history of all the problems of the district, you would go back a lot further than to COVID. You would go into Jim Wireman, you'd go way further back, and we don't have all the records. So I don't think it's fair to start nitpicking like how a grant was used for a scoreboard with the swim team, when that was at the cusp of Jim Wireman and Courtney coming on in the swim team. Like, we're not, like, it really isn't fair, because there was a lot of stuff that Courtney has come in and cleaned up from a lot of other people. And we're only focused on this last 5 years that she's been in the executive director position. And so I think there could be a deeper dive back beyond that. If you want to expose the entire district and everything that's happened here, do the whole history and do it justice. Like, go all the way back to day one when they chose to build a pool on the 25 cents on the thousand that was never gonna operate. Like, that's a problem. Like, go back to all the people that were on that wall that built this place, because that's where the problem really originates.
I hear what you're saying, and I would say that as a board, when we look at our taxpayers as people who fund our district, as a board in our side, how dare they look into things? Who is that helping and serving? We all received an email today where Susan said her SRO certification, and I didn't know what it was. So I Googled it, and she explained her thought process of why she approaches things the way that she does. And so my question is, why as a board are we so, and a staff, we're so like, I'm not gonna help you dig and get information on this, and it's not fair when we have community members showing up to every meeting. They're engaged, they want our pool to flourish, and why are we not trying to link arms with them and say, okay, she's very process focused, right? That's what you see in all of those complaints were lined out, like, this is what I see in your policy, this is what I see in your other policy, this is how I think it should have gone, here's your evidence. Why don't we want someone like that on our team?
Nobody said we didn't.
We just said it's not fair for her to dig, and the way that we're treating the community
No,
over and over
I
again
think
is
the
not
point she was
indicative of.
making was digging. I mean, the process is good. I respect that process. So I think the point she was trying to make is, instead of the last 5 years, go back further. That's all the point she was making. That's what I understood. So
Like, I
we
think it
have,
just meant like expose
Yeah.
everything, not just the last 5 years. Go back to the beginning, really get all of it out.
Well, I
If you
think
wanna look at all the problems, you can't
Yeah,
look at 5 years of cleanup that have been
Right.
attempted to be started with what we talked about tonight.
I
That's
think
horrible
we have
budget
to
that we
work on hearing the concerns and getting past. Hearing them from a leadership perspective of what can I do with this? And it's not just to unearth demons in the closet, it's trying to improve processes and point things out and push things forward.
I guess that's what my point is of looking back. There's been dramatic improvement in the 10 years I've been on this board. But it's the same, like, in my perspective, being a board member and hearing like the same, like. The public has come multiple times. It's not just right now. Like the public has been at meetings multiple different times and it's usually related to an executive director. In the past. And. It all stems around money and the budget and the demand of like what people want related to a pool, a rec district. And how much there is in maintenance fees, the $2 million, like not all of that aligning. And a board that is trying to do the best they can with this amount of money. And also try to meet what we all want. We are the public too. We're all paying taxes and we want all the same things. But like meeting in the middle, and there's just like, I feel like still a lack of perception on this being the same issues that were there back at the beginning, like we just talked about. Budget committee meeting. Now we have someone who's trying to do forward thinking, a board that has been trying to come to that point of like doing something different. By going out on a limb and trying to do these ballot measures or trying to cut back to aquatics again or do these things to get back to budget we have and what the community wants. And it's just like it goes around and around and around.
Well.
Yeah, so wait a minute,
You can.
we're trying. We've answered the questions, we have the check, right? She has the check, we got everything, so then we move on. Right, we should move on. Alright, let's move on. So, because it's not gonna go anywhere.
Financial report.
Oh, so we have visiting visitors, we have visitors. And Sheila wants to say something, do we have any more of that?
There's two.
Okay. And I think we have some people on Zoom.
We have at least one on Zoom,
Okay,
although I don't.
let's go with Zoom first. Thank you, ma'am.
Zoom first. I just unmuted Susan.
Okay.
Are we here? Hello?
Hey, hello, Susan.
Hi, I'm Susan Kavari. First of all, Director Sneed, let me be clear to you. You lied to the district attorney over this matter. End of story. Janelle, let me be clear for the record. Director Sneed orchestrated the entire scoreboard project. She has been able to maintain the MAC through COVID and major state-funded grants meant for other purposes. Please do your research instead of asking us to. Irvi, if you respect the process, then follow it. I'm not trying to pile up complaints. I'm trying to use the MAC's own adopted public complaints policy. That policy is supposed to provide a consistent framework for responding to public feedback, concerns, and complaints. My background includes an ISO 9001-2015 lead auditor training and certification. In quality auditing, a basic principle is say what you do what you say, and keep records showing the process was followed. That is the lens I am using here. If the MAC has a written complaint policy, the public should be able to see that complaints are actually processed under that policy. The MAC has now included my complaints and the chair-vice chair responses throughout the May 18th meeting materials. But do I see my complaints based on the agenda for actual processing under the policy? The MAC clearly had time to organize my complaints and the chair-vice responses into the May 18th meeting materials. If there was time to do that, there should have been time to place complaint processing on the agenda or clearly identify how the policy 2022-04 would be applied. Publishing my complaints in the packet without agenda placement or policy routing exposes the complaints publicly, but it doesn't process them. That is different from how the MAC handled the Debbie Stinson complaint. On January 2nd, special meeting agenda, the MAC specifically listed an item, review and approve a letter, resolve written complaint responses by the board, initiated on December 15th, 2025. That complaint was placed on the agenda and handled through board action. I'm asking for the same policy handling. I don't care if they're repeated. If they're repeated, that means you have a problem. The responses I received do not appear to follow the same process. Response number 1 says, not all complaints, and that some may be opinions, perceptions, or operational complaints, but it doesn't identify which complaints were accepted, denied, required board review or which section of the policy applies. Response number 4 does not answer the complaint. It confirms it. If one person decides what reaches the board, what goes in the packet, and what becomes part of public record, then the MAC does not have a neutral complaint routing process. Response number 9 acknowledges the district attorney's effort to help produce the $50,000 MST record and acknowledges that more direct bank research could have been made earlier. Yes, he drove to the bank. He didn't call them. That supports my concern that this was a MAC records handling issue that warranted proper review, not a dismissive response. Response number 23 says complaints that rise to a higher level are processed as determined by the board, but it doesn't identify which of my complaints rise to that level, which do not, what section applies, whether anything will be investigated, or whether anything will be placed on that agenda. That is my concern. Simply placing my complaints and the MAC's responses into the meeting packet is not the same as processing them under the complaint policy. It exposes my complaint, but it doesn't tell me or the board or the public what process is actually being followed. It also creates the appearance that I'm publicly framed as someone causing work and conflict for the district, rather than as a taxpayer using the district's own complaint and records processes. I also want to briefly note one new complaint I submitted today regarding the 2026 Pickleball Club. This is not about opposing pickleball. Pickleball is a good adult recreation activity. The concern is that pickleball appears to have been the only land-based activity sponsored or considered by the MAC during the fiscal year 25-26. Yet I have not located a public advertising through the MAC's normal channels, even through prior years' pickleball offerings, where publicly they were advertised. November 17th discussion described the activity as a pickleball club, distinguished it from open gym, discussed members only club practice. Director Sneed stated that cost recovery should be completed to ensure 100% of the costs were recovered. I have not seen that cost recovery analysis. Have you? I am also concerned because Secretary Treasurer Lewis reportedly participates in the pickleball club, presented the issue, discussed it, promoted it, reactivated it, voted on it, and I'm asking whether any potential or actual conflict of interest was disclosed before that discussion and vote. So my requests tonight are simple. First, please confirm in writing how my complaints are being processed under the policy 2022-04. Second, please identify which complaints will be investigated, placed on a work session agenda, placed on a business meeting agenda, or declined in writing with reasons. Third, please do not simply place my complaints and MAC's responses into public packets without identifying the policy process being followed. Fourth, please identify the same level of formal complaint handling to my complaints that the MAC applied to the Debbie Stinson complaint. And fifth, please process the new pickleball complaint under policy 202204, including the public access, cost recovery, and conflict disclosure concerns. This is a say what you do what you say issue. The MAC has a public complaint policy. I am asking the board to use it consistently, neutrally, and transparently, and I thank you. Go to work.
Mr. Chair, can I pull up the complaint policy just for
Yes, ma'am.
clarity?
Was she talking about pickleball?
So I'd like to pull up the complaints policy, because just so everybody is on the same page of what the policy states. So I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that because the complaints that have been received over the last couple of weeks regard the executive director, that this section 5 is the part of the policy that was followed. So when complaints come in, the board chair consults with the vice chair and determine if the complaints warrant an investigation, a board work session discussion, or a response from the chair that the matter will not be taken up by the full board. If the complainant is unsatisfied with whatever process the chair and vice chair have identified, whether it's an investigation, a board work session discussion, or a response from the chair that the matter will not be taken up by the full board, then the complainant can request a work session of the board. That's the complaint policy.
So my understanding is she's asking. If any of those responses, I mean, she's asking for. Are they going to be taken up, or that's your response then? If-
we
On
did
on the
get them up.
23, if we're just talking about the 23, we didn't find anything there that we thought needed to be investigated. Of the 23. A lot of it was historical, this is what happened. The check wasn't produced, the DA produced it.
So that was the May 4th
Yeah,
complaint,
and then the next one,
the May 5th complaint,
refresh my memory on
Uh,
that one.
that was
But
budget
again, maybe we
committee
should try for
related
a
things.
June work session to discuss complaints and how they're answered. like,
Correspondence.
So.
Yeah,
And it'll give
I
you
think a
time for
big
you
part
to
of the
answer.
older complaints piece is that. She felt they should have been pushed forward for the policy when they were received by the board. You know, and I think she said that in her communication,
Makes sense. So we were.
that that's why
we were
there was a
trying-
number of them, you know, that it was.
So we responded within the timeline, and I'm sure Susan's taking notes right now that if she doesn't like our responses, she can go to the next step.
So,
And we can call a work session.
yeah, so for clarification that she just asked for. Those are the responses and you are saying not to investigate any of them. I think that's the clarification she was just asking for.
What?
As far as your responses,
In her complaints, she wanted us to, she was trying to tell us how to answer her questions.
Okay.
So I would just say all of them were answered in. We met. We discussed them, and we didn't feel any of those 23 warranted an investigation. Now, if she wants to pursue it, and the rest of the board wants to sit down and look at that. And point out one like you suggested, if there was one that we thought there was something we could investigate and something we could do.
yeah, I think it's for me less about investigating and like finding fault. And more about just where, let's talk about it, where can we improve our processes? You know,
Well, and that would be another discussion separate from this complaint and how we answered the complaint.
I can't speak for Susan, but I would assume that that's the point of anyone who comes to our meetings to give us comments. And criticism, they're asking us to. You know, fix something that they see as a problem. So,
Which I would hope they would all understand those complaints about I want Sundays or I want more hours, those are driven. By what we can provide.
yeah, well, I'll have to reread it, but I think the complaint, you know, if you're talking about the communication with. The email, it was, the concern was that the email was relevant to the board meeting where we discussed the hours. And. Received just before that time period and then not included in the board packet. I think that was the. So, yeah, so maybe, I mean. I don't know, I just feel like it does a disservice to all of us and our community members who are tuned in. To just check and not like sit down and get perspectives on it. But I do understand there was a lot of them and maybe some of them were like, no, we're not revisiting that, and I respect that board leadership has that decision. You know, I understand, but
So I have a question. You got the complaints, you reviewed them, you decided not to investigate them. If the complainant doesn't like that answer, then it's on their responsibility to request a work session with the board, correct? Is that how it is? So that's it, right?
I mean,
So if she wants to, or whoever the complainant is, wants to ask for a work session, then that would be following our protocol. And if we do anything else, we're not following our protocol, and they'll complain about that.
Right.
So let's follow the protocol. We're into we've completed step one. If they want to, if any complainant wants to request a work session, we now know that that's the official protocol. Let's stick to it. Huh?
We're still in visitors section.
So, yes, yep, nobody else on Zoom. No. Okay, so Christiane. I don't know what order they're in, I'm sorry, I just, so, yeah.
I don't know, I'm in the alphabet at the beginning now, I got the alphabet, I used to get called on last when I was growing up. So, I'm Christy Abbey, and actually I would have talked about this a little bit more earlier in the budget part of it, so this complaint policy topic is my own and not from this last conversation. But I just wondered, and I did mention this before, if as part of the complaint policy, we're talking about somebody gives their complaint, there's some investigation, like, is there communication back? This is like an open forum communication, just from a account store and customer service, so, you know, is there customer service back to the person to where you have talked with them about it, or is it just you have to escalate this to a work session? Anyway, in my view, there's kind of a wide gap there that doesn't help with relationships of community members. And so that's I realize for this one person that there were a lot of complaints, but I like how she does have a good process of processing it. I'm not as good at processing things. I felt like one of the things I had seen about Miriam asking about Sunday hours. I don't know, was she directly then contacted back? You know, after you talk to your cell phone people, you get a little jingle and say, you know, was your complaint, are you satisfied? Did they hear you? We can't always do what you'd like us to. We can't open Sunday at midnight or whatever, but did somebody listen to you? How were you treated? I feel like that says a lot more about it than whether you can do the exact thing that somebody wants done. And as far as the other complaint that had to do with my sister, I honestly don't know whether she's satisfied with how that was. I haven't asked her. Has anybody asked her if like this was investigated, this was taken care of? But are you happy with how this was? So anyway, that's my 2 cents from a different kind of viewpoint. And I really do think there's a lot of customer service that is part of this. And, you know, all of us taxpayers are customers, and you want to keep your customers happy. That's, I know they always say the customer is always right, and you can kind of disagree with that sometimes, but sometimes you just can't do everything the customer would like. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Trudy Haugen.
Alvin for the record. So being a boss is not personal. It's black and white. There are things for you to follow, job descriptions. When I offered my evaluation of the executive director, which I guess I wasn't asked, but I did. I suggested that you go to the job description and you rate it good, fair, bad. And you look at each one of those sections and see how it plays out. Being a boss isn't about being a friend. It's about the organization. It's about the money that you're managing, the people that you are responsible for, which here's the taxpayers. The evaluation that I read, the only thing that stuck with me was misinformation, and I still don't know what that is. But I would like to take your mind to the fact that someone just worked on a records release for 2 months and 5 days. That is a long time. That's how long that happened. Make sure you're aware of that. Not everything was done. And the district attorney could get what needed to be done, which he absolutely did rule that it was every right for that taxpayer to have that record. That's clear. So I want to go to some things in the job description. Problem solver. Analyze the situations accurately and adopt an effective course of action. Ability to identify and respond to community and board concerns and needs. Develop community relations, programs, and policies. Properly represent the district to neighboring jurisdictions, government bodies, organizations, and the news media. Meet with citizens to review and resolve customer services, other issues. I also would like to add responsible for all district operations. Represents the district in a professional manner while on and off duty. Oversees the development and administration of the district's budget. Did you hear that? Oversees and the development and administration of the budget. Develop community relations programs and policies. So as you go through your processes tonight, I really think that it'd be a good idea for you to take a look at some of those things. And I'm not saying, you know, I mean, whatever you decide to do, but these things have to be addressed.
Thank you, Trudy. Sheila, Bobby.
My name's Sheila Foggy for the record, and I just support everything that Trudy just said, and just tonight and previous meetings. What I've observed, like people rolling their eyeballs at people shaking their heads, and just, I don't think that's professional at all. And even tonight, her raising her voice to her over here, it's really unprofessional. In fact, I've had a ton of people that come complain to me about they've been turned away up here. I don't think that's professional. And you can say, well, they can call. Well, you know what? That doesn't sound like a place that wants somebody to come back. So it's just, there's a lot of things that are definitely not right. And you guys acting like that you've done all this work, because that's what you were trying to say earlier on the board. I mean, unless I missed it, I don't know, but I don't see a ton of stuff being done when I come to the meetings. I take the time to come to the meetings now. And then stuff gets put off because so-and-so didn't get to something, or people don't even show up. It affects everybody. And so I don't think that looks very professional either. Thank you.
Thank you. Nikki Carson.
Person for the record. So I brought my little letter for Mr. LaRich because I ended up going through the same thing on veterans request. Took like quite a while because the first person didn't really want to do it. So they didn't. So I had to go through the DA to do it. So there was that. Anyway, I also want to bring up the ways of change again, because I keep hearing about the lawyer fees and how, you know, astronomical it is, and it's all their fault. Who are they? Once again, who is Waves of Change? It's not me. I'm Nikki Carson. Waves of Change is like a Facebook group of people, a bunch of people, I guess. So I just kind of always find that interesting. Why that keeps being brought up? It's really annoying. And then again, the grant writer. Very curious how we can have a grant writer, but we don't know the name. And you know, it's just kind of interesting that, you know, and then we wonder why people jump to the conclusions that they jump to. So, I mean, I just wish you guys would think a little bit more. I really do. Thank you.
Thank you. It's the end of our correspondence there. Okay. Now we're going to move on to our financial reports.
So board members' financial report for April is in your packet. Happy to answer any questions you have on anything. I'm gonna take us right to the Jason cash flow analysis, as we get as we're getting closer to the end of the fiscal year. So, as of the end of April, we're projecting that we will be at 2,500 in the negative, we'll be at 1,300 in the negative. It could be more or less than that, just depends on what happens in May and June with both revenues and expenditures. And you're well aware of what expenditures are up in the air. And I mean, I don't really know what else to report on. We went through the whole budget document for the proposed budget tonight. We went through the year-end estimates on May 4th. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have on the finances.
I think we went over them all.
What was in the board or in the budget was the April finances or
Yeah.
March end finances?
These are the April financials.
Okay. I'll review them.
And if you have any questions as you're looking at them later, just let me know.
Number 12. Consider approval of the consent agenda.
Board members, you have a copy of the amended March 30th meetings that Cora had sent out earlier. And then the rest of them were in the packet. I can pull them up if you'd like.
Would you scroll that back up, what all is on that kind of
Oh,
agenda?
yeah.
And Cora, have you reviewed the April 27th?
I read through them briefly. That, you know, they were the budget committee and I read through the brief that Courtney sent me and when I dove into this one, I read through those first and, you know, the two D and E were very straightforward meetings. And I think, you know, like on the budget orientation, you're just gonna have to listen to it. You know, it's not something, yeah. But I will say that when I got into these, because these are not amended minutes, these are minutes that were presented to us as a finished product to vote on. And I thought that my concerns were just where we were placing the employees and that staff members present at the meeting, and then a couple of times where I knew that I had, you know, stated for the record with my vote. But when I listened closely, we missed an agenda item in the work session where we presented the wage scale change, which is pretty significant for us to document. And then there was on that same item, you know, Frank had made a motion that we went on to continue discussion. And to be honest, I don't know, and I would refer to Courtney if this is how on page 7, how you would record that when a motion dies. But, and then we had a whole vote to call the question that wasn't in there. And I just think, you know, and the meeting reminders at the end all had the dates of February and then still, and I was told prior to this meeting that I am weaponizing transparency with an agenda. And I want to be really clear that
that we sit here and we harp on the community for having put in a public meeting law complaint, and we were gonna vote on this. And we would have voted this in, and this would have been a really bad representation of good documentation for our district, and so this is right, one of the reasons why I wanted to join the board. And I would just say that it is, I'm sorry. It is not fun to bring these issues up to people who don't want to hear them. It is not fun to be accused of being the only board member with an agenda against Courtney. And it is not fun to have a grown man point and yell at me. It's not fun to be the only person here that has concerns at this table. And the only reason I told you when I interviewed that I would not be staying in a position where I felt like things were stagnant. And it was not a good position. You asked me if I would be in this for the long haul, and I will be honest with you. If it weren't for the responsibility that I feel to try to bring these things to the table, for everyone else who comes to these meetings and has concerns, and try to be, the person that can come to these meetings and bring these things up outside of public comment, I would not be here any longer. And this is why we had public meeting law complaints, and we want to just dismiss everything and tell the public that everything was dismissed and everything's fine. It's not. This is an issue, and we have to, as board members, be paying attention. This isn't anyone's responsibility but ours. We're responsible for making sure that our meetings are documented properly. And I'm sorry I went on more of a tangent than I meant to, but it's very frustrating to me that we're so dismissive, and this is what happens when someone actually sits down and looks at it.
Well, I'll say thank you for volunteering to step up to help the minutes. So I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
I'm voting nay, just because these are. It's in red. It's not a finished product and it's not amended, because we never voted it in at the last meeting.
Well, I thought that's what we were doing tonight, was voting in your amended minutes.
If you would like to keep them in red, that's fine. When I've seen amended minutes in the past, they look like this, but we never voted in a copy last meeting.
Right, we
So-
tabled it till you had time to review it, so again, thank you for taking the time to do that.
Okay.
And, I'm good with leaving it in the red, it shows where you make corrections.
Yeah.
So.
I think this goes back to our other discussion though, on how we want to do meeting minutes, because we've been relying more on like the recordings, because our meetings go from, 5 until 10 o'clock at night. So it's really hard to summarize and catch all the good things with some of the AIs, what we talked about last time a little bit. And we got too scant of information. And now, like, how do we get a little bit more robust without having Courtney hand write them and type the recording for hours after every meeting like she used to do? Like, does anyone have a proposal for that so that they are more accurate?
I think-
Copy?
This was a very long meeting, and you can tell because
Most
the meeting
are.
minutes are 10 pages. But it wasn't, I was reading minutes from the website last night that were also this link, and it's the will of the entirety of the board But I would just point out that missing motions and votes is a public meetings law issue, so if we don't wanna be this thorough, I think I said in my email, like, I'm not attached to the wording of things as much as that the subject matter is there, and I'm not, used to condensing things down in the way that Courtney has. So I was open to changes on this. I'm not saying that it has to be this way, but,
Well, I think we need all of those details. I think we're all in agreement. I just am trying to figure out how we can capture it without a board member having to review like the whole report. Add back in after.
I have a question. The state or whoever it is that governs us is accepting the video as the meeting minutes, correct?
Yeah, but what Cora was saying last meeting was that then when people wanna find one, like, simple vote or one little item, going back and listening to a 5-hour meeting, but it's not ideal.
Well, and I
Well-
think if I could chime in too, I think the way you wrote them was perfect. And as I reflect on what has changed in the last year is that I don't have time to sit at my
No.
computer, right? I'm doing so many, so I'm wondering if we're in a time and space where because of the lack of administrative support, those March 30 minutes were the first time I tried to delegate it. And clearly that was not a good decision on my part. So I wonder if we're in a time and space where maybe the board would consider splitting up the secretary treasurer position into a board secretary, board treasurer position. And perhaps have a board member who does the minutes, or reviews them after, we put the shell together, to fill in the details, because I am taking notes on the shell of it, but I'm not taking, specific detailed minutes. So I wonder if and that would be a way, to help me, and because I will remind the board a year ago, I said, I'm gonna make a lot of mistakes because I'm doing a lot of things. And when the spotlight is on you and, people call out every single minute and big mistake, because missing motions is a big mistake and I own it. So I think it's probably, maybe this is an opportunity, to have some help. Like Jean is helping with covering the front desk, and Janelle reviews all the financials, and Frank is hanging out helping with finances, and Ruby's trying to make board meetings. I wonder if it's an opportunity maybe and I'm not suggesting that, you have to do it, but I just think that it's worth a conversation, because I am drowning, a little bit.
So was item 12 approved?
Yeah, and 12,
Yes.
4-1.
Yeah. Yes. So number 13, consider approval of resolution number 2026-08, approving a budget adjustment for the fiscal year 2025-26 budget period beginning July 1st, 2025.
Okay, forgiveness there. So I had mentioned at a prior meeting that I thought we would probably have to do a budget adjustment. We could wait until June, but I thought let's do it now, and then I can update the amended budget on the actual budget document for the June 1st budget committee meeting. Sorry, I'm trying to get us there for all these minutes. So the proposed budget adjustment is to recognize that our property tax collections are still higher than what our amended budget had, so to add an additional $10,000 in revenues for property taxes. And then to take all of the available budget authority we have and move it up from transfers to other funds and contingency to recreation services, which is our big bucket that personnel services and materials and services are included in. Personnel services, I'm projecting that we're gonna go over it by the end of June, because we have our annual staff orientation to the summer happening the second week of June. And for the expenses that we had with the free sponsored open swim. And with adding a second open swim on Saturdays, when we originally adopted our personnel services budget, we just had the 1 to 4 open swim, and now we have 12:30 to 5:30. And so I'm proposing that we shift about $19,700 up to personnel services and $21,900 to materials and services for legal expenses.
What is the staff? What did you say? Opening of summer?
It's our summer in service.
In which we're doing,
This third week of June after the week after school is out.
and what are we doing?
Oh, so the first day is administrative. So we go over bloodborne pathogen policies. We go over things in our employee manual that maybe they have forgotten or need to be reminded about. We talk about the cooling spaces in the building.
Is this part of the Red Cross or is
This
that?
part of it's not. This part of
Okay.
it is covering state required trainings and heat illness. We talk through we have a whole agenda. It's about a 4-hour training of administrative things, how to request time off and when they need to do that and how to change their availability and like all of those types of things. The second day is more focused on their American Red Cross certification. We've got, I want to say, I can't remember the exact number. We have a number of staff that they have to get recertified. So we try and do that. They have to have 8 hours to get their recertification and then pass the written exam and the CPR exam demonstration as part of that 8 hours. So it's in service and it's training in preparation for their recertification. So that happens on Thursday and Friday, and then they do the testing on Saturday. We have the most research that we've had in a while because, like I said, the staff we have right now, most of them are going to be seniors next year and they started out as sophomores. And so a lot of them are hitting their recert this upcoming summer. We're also hoping to do a drill with EMS fire, which gets tricky because they can get busy this time of year, of handing off a CPR victim because we haven't done that in a while. But that's the kind of in service that we do.
I don't, maybe I'm off base and I know that I'm bored, but just coming off of the fields of the budget committee and talking about where can we save money. I would be interested in knowing what the dollar amount is for having our staff here for 3 days with no income. And if that's really necessary, if we can ask our staff to review our policies and ask questions if they have it. I understand there's probably some lifeguarding things that need to happen. But if we have been doing 4 hours a month. Maybe I'm missing something.
I would invite all of you, any of you, to come to that in service. We have teenagers that they need to have time to process that stuff, and to ask questions and to be forced to read things. And the administrative piece, some of those are required by state law that we do that training with them. And then for ARC, those 8 hours is required for recertification.
Is this a combination of new lifeguards for the summer or returning lifeguards?
It's mostly returning lifeguards. We're gonna have 1 or 2 new ones, but mostly returning. A few of them have not worked in the summer before. They got hired in the winter time. Summer's a different animal from school year, and so part of it too is just getting them ready for that. That's not the full $19,600. I mean, that's a part of
We
it.
know how much of it is.
I have it in a spreadsheet. I mean,
I just have real hesitations about 3 days and I wonder if we can condense If that's it. You know, every job I've ever had, I've been required to review the policy manual. You know, on my own.
So it's 4 hours each day. We're open in the mornings and the evenings on all of those days, so we're not changing our schedule for it. So it's during a time when we're closed to the public anyway. With the exception of Saturday when we'll do test outs for the reserves.
And then we'll be closing to the public.
No, we'll be open during all of that. They'll just do their testing in here and then we'll close half the pool for them to do their research in the water.
We need a motion.
If the board's ready for it.
Yeah. I move to approve the resolution number 2026-08, approving a budget adjustment for the fiscal year 2025-26 budget period beginning July 1, 2025.
And that's moving the monies, right?
Yeah, that's giving budget
Yeah.
authority to these different
I'll
areas.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Nay. You have a number at the. Of how much it costs every.
Yeah, I can totally get that.
Number 14, consider approval of the 2025 executive director evaluation. That's the one we did. We haven't approved that one yet. Right?
You missed the
here.
last meeting.
I did.
It wasn't posted in the board packet until just before the meeting and then you weren't there. So
I
Okay.
emailed it out Sunday morning and then. And not Friday when the board packet came out, and then you weren't here.
Oh, man, yes.
Not to throw you
I
under the bus.
skirted out of that one.
Yeah, summer is just busy. Busy, almost done, almost done. Okay, so, get a motion. Anybody want to make a motion?
Question first. Are we approving the evaluations from the board or all the evaluations unsolicited?
Well, I think
It's this,
yeah, I think it's the evaluation that we did. Isn't it?
The compilation summary
Yeah.
of the two different evaluations,
The
the summary of
Yes,
the board member evaluations and the
and the
community
outside
and staff.
community, yeah. Did it work?
There wasn't a way to separate out like staff evaluations or anything from the community. Because of the way it came through in that Excel sheet.
Sorry.
I make a motion to approve,
We're not gonna review it.
or didn't everybody already review it?
Oh, we did? Yeah, I thought we did with you. I remember that.
Janelle read through it at the last meeting and everybody's had a chance to read it.
Well, it was a compilation of the two sets of reviews that we went over at the meeting prior to that. When we had.
Yeah, I just
section.
thought maybe we would read it, summarize it, leading into the next discussion, but if the board doesn't want to review it.
We had a motion. Did we make a motion? No?
Well, I'm waiting to see if somebody wants to read it. I've already read it.
Yeah. that-
I do have a
that-
question, and Janelle, maybe you can clarify, I don't know what page it's on where we reference misinformation from the public. Was that the top of one of the pages? Yeah, so both evaluations highlight strained communities' trust driven by inconsistent communication, misinformation, and heightened emotions around closures, hours, and finances.
That was like feedback comment, was misinformation from like comments that people made on like comments. That terminology, no. Does that make sense? Like people wrote about there being misinformation in their feedback, does that?
Yeah, I just wasn't,
I'm not saying there was misinformation.
Yeah.
People wrote that there's misinformation in the community,
Okay,
like affecting the job.
yeah. It just wasn't clear like which, where that was coming in, and I didn't want it
in the
to be
evaluation.
that we were, I don't know, I think it's a challenging HR situation when you're saying that we're evaluating on misinformation, but if you're saying that that people are saying there's misinformation about, the district.
Right.
I understand that.
Like in the community.
Yeah.
And so they put that in their evaluation, that it was like a difficult situation to evaluate because of that. Because of all those things.
Okay. Maybe we can just read over the goals and the end of it. I don't.
And like I said, I have like the whole summary and the goals we went over that were related to like the board member feedback, and then I have a separate one. The community one is just structured completely differently out of that Excel sheet because it was like a survey monkey and ours was like a handwritten comment. So this had to compile two of those to one, but we still have both of those things individually too.
It's good. Still have a motion.
I'm making the motion to enter the evaluation into the record.
All in favor? Oh, we have seconded.
Second. Yeah.
Second. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No,
Nay.
we have 4.
I said I.
Okay. 4 ayes,
Said
1 nay.
My understanding is the motions to enter it into the record, accept it as the evaluation. I don't.
Number 15, discuss next steps for the executive director position and appoint 2 board members to manage the process, either negotiating employment contract renewal or recruitment for a new director. Okay.
I think we've talked about this like a few times, so.
Right.
Have we?
Well, at one point, yes, there was a meeting where Frank brought up like putting a request
Yeah,
for like
okay.
applicants for the program director,
Yes.
or like, sorry.
A
program
year ago,
director and
yeah.
program director, executive director position.
To see what we get back, right?
So we had that discussion at one point this
Right,
year.
and I have since listening to our consultant,
Yeah.
I am going to change my position on that. I think we ought to enter into negotiations to retain the employee that we have. I think the process of recruitment would take years, as our consultant said. There's been special districts out there that have gone 2 and 3 years with interim directors because they can't find anybody to do the job. And I really don't think we can find anybody better anyway. So I'm going to side with entering negotiations on the employment contract with our current executive director.
Other things that got brought up with him were changing the employment contract and rewriting it. So that's another piece of the discussion on the table. And I think another thing was whether or not it's renewed at like a different level, like whether or not there's a difference in like the description, including the hours, expectations, and things like that, that we have been alluded to in all the conversations.
Well, we're definitely going to have to change the scope of employment for what matches current as opposed to what was in the original contract.
I just wanna bring up that. And maybe Janelle, you can clarify what you meant by this when you said last year, on Central Oregon Daily News, that there was no way forward with the community with this director.
With the climate and like, I mean, I think as far as like a human being and mental health, I do have concerns about our current executive director continuing the climate in this community currently. As human being and an employee, I think it's like really difficult and then it's really hard to watch someone like work under these conditions as a person. I don't know. He's been here for a while, so. Who's like trying really hard to do the best for the district and it feels like has been under extreme scrutiny and harsh working conditions. So I think that was the intent of that was like, you know. And that was a long time ago, so worse beyond belief. With the amount of like, just, pressure for everyone involved. But I think at the same time, what I've said since then is I can't imagine trying to recruit someone into that position either currently. So,
So,
I mean, I would love to try and open it up to look for a new executive director and see what showed up. I would be very curious if we did what everyone wants and posted 60,000 a year for less hours, hire an office manager and see like what we get. But I think at the same time, it would be beneficial to move forward into an employment contract of some length with Courtney because I don't think we can afford to not do that.
so. So our options are, we want to negotiate. Then?
Yes.
I mean, okay, so do we make a motion on that?
I'd like to. Give my opinion, I guess, in the discussion, and I think it's not. Going to be a surprise that I think the statement that you made in June. Was correct, that I don't believe that there is a way forward, and I think. As a board, I see the challenges, the difficulties of hiring. I think that when Frank made the suggestion of posting the job that. I understood his intent of like meeting the community halfway and like. We're probably not gonna get what we're looking for, and then the board can have that discussion and she can apply. And I think it's a shame that we waited until right now. Because it feels like it pushes us to where we don't have time to do something like that anymore. And I want to be very careful that I'm not trying to frame this in a personal light, but the reality for the board and the district is that we have to have that local option levy pass or the pool closes. And I wonder how much we weigh favorability with the voters. And
Right, and I agree with you, I mean, it comes down to, that. People do not like Courtney. That's what I see,
Well,
and that's
there's a
my
group of
opinion,
people.
a group of people that do not like Courtney.
There's a large
So-
group that I think is silent currently and
Yeah.
not speaking up.
And
We
I
have
think there's a large
17,000.
group that support Courtney. So I think it's just a local vocal group that. Do not like Courtney for some reason, and I don't know.
We're not ever gonna know all the history behind what's.
Never know, but that's what I really think it is, because honestly, if we were to. Fire Courtney, I think everybody would be happy and it'd be kumbaya and
Well, it wouldn't, then you'd have a lot of other voices.
Then
that
we'd
were-
have now, yeah, exactly, so. I don't know, I think she does a good job. And it's just, we just have to wade through it and try to meet people in the middle and. Just move forward, so.
Well, I think like, if you look at the, like. The employees that work under her, all. Comments were positive, and then the community that are people that really are not happy. And so you have to look at both sides and try to figure out where the problems lie and moving forward, right?
And a
I
lot
mean,
of.
I have like, there's discussions at the high school, all her lifeguards are in an uproar, they love working for Courtney, and she's like the best boss, and to the poor. Other people that work with her.
And honestly, you just, the group, maybe they need to come to the pool. They don't. So come to the pool, see what it's like. So.
I would just, I pulled some data from the last few times that the district voted. And I just want to put it on the table. In 2017, the levy had 68.5% of the voters that said yes. In 2022, it was 60.7. And the turnout that year was very high because of, national politics. And so we dropped by 8.5%. We were full steam ahead. I think 2022 is the year, but in the budget, we said we had the most staffing and the most cost recovery, the most program offerings. And then, everyone knows in 2024 and 2025, the margins were, is 50 to 54%. I just, and there is the the permanent tax piece of that. But is it responsible for us as board members, knowing all the things that are going on in the community, the number of signatures that have been collected, all the public comment we've gotten about what people say, the feedback from some of our partners? Are we going to really say they should just?
Come to the pool, yes, come check it out. Come to the pool, come use the facility, yeah, because the people are not coming. And maybe if they would come to the facility and see that we are, as a board doing the best we can. Maybe they would see that, come to the pool, come get in the water. That's my opinion. So, I don't know.
Feel like
Yeah,
Some people even pay to make that happen.
Yeah, and
Well,
the signatures they got, good, like I said, I respect that process. So,
But I don't, that's where like. The whole district can't hedge on one person that people maybe don't like that is doing a good job.
but you're
What
hedging
she
the whole
has.
district on one person too.
No,
No,
Yeah.
I don't think it's the local operating levy, if we don't have that, like if that fails, that really, like our permanent tax rate is not gonna like pull close, it's immediately, because there's not enough money.
Yeah.
Literally to do anything, so
Yeah.
that's where it's not coming down to like a person, it's whether or not you want the pool, and I think that's what I was trying to say earlier is. This comes back to like a tax base that there's a lot of people out there that never wanted a pool and still don't. Like, or don't want this district and never did in the beginning.
Right.
That's where part of that tax base problem, when you look at that. When this all started, there was a lot of people, like it wasn't gonna pass, they went back on the ballot multiple times before they got the tax rate down to 25 cents and people finally agreed to it. Because this large portion of people don't want a pool, and and to get more people. Because people did not want a pool, and I think that's part of the origin of all of this, is like, there's still people out there, they don't wanna come to the pool, they never wanted to come to the pool, they don't wanna pay taxes on a pool. Cause they don't use the pool, they have no interest in the pool. And so unless that balance has changed, I think the voting is probably gonna be similar. Like, it's not gonna be based on a person. Does that make sense? Like, it's on, I think people that
So
want,
I'm
want
not-
to support,
yeah.
it's like a library.
I
love reading, like my library, so do
Yeah.
you. We want that for our kids, we're gonna vote yes in the library.
Yeah.
There's a large portion of people that give two craps about a library, and they're just not ever gonna vote yes on that. And that's what Rick Allen.
and I
He says
know,
every time we go out for a vote,
I
people
don't
are either
think-
gonna vote yes or no, and they're not gonna change.
I'm not saying that the vote is based on person. I'm saying the vote is, okay, in 2017, we're almost 70% approval rating, which is great. And now we're at 50% and less. It's split between, the measures were confusing, but look at what we've done. We've cut recreation, all those people that voted because they like soccer and they like basketball and they like volleyball. I mean, we don't really know what that climate is like, and
That's true.
I am just.
But is that gonna change by having Courtney out of here? Are we gonna pull someone in that's suddenly gonna matriculate recreation in the next year before we have to do that?
Well, I don't think that this district is getting recreation back.
Yeah, it's roots now. Like,
Yeah.
once I had concerns about that. Once we
Yeah.
lost it, gone.
Yeah.
Like, it's gonna be.
So
extreme.
to me, it's not about a person, like this person's the best, or we have to get the best candidate. It's about, are we showing our taxpayers who fund the district that we're listening and willing to make a hard decision and change direction? And is that something that we need to do in order for that next vote to not fail, so this place? And I believe that we should not renew this contract, but I am under the impression that I'm the minority in that, and so I would say, I think,
Some kind of question on that one.
yeah,
If we did not renew this contract and went out for another executive director, what salary would that? Based on the 3 salary surveys we've had done,
yeah.
what salary range?
And how many hours a week?
Yeah, well, I think that we should be. We're an aquatic only district now, and I think we should be looking for an aquatic specialty. And that's not what we got in our consult, that's not what was like really considered in our consult from Bob. But if we're looking for ways to make something work, I feel like that is what we should be looking for. We should be looking for someone who has that aquatic management experience to kind of do a pool that's struggling and try to pull us out, and someone that the community can be excited for, the swim teams and that can get those programs.
Another Bob.
But going back to my question, Bob did bring us some aquatic facilities that only are a pool. But had other administrative staff. It'd be great to go back to the year, I don't know, 2021. When we had an executive director, maybe they were making 90-some thousand a year. But we also had an office person, maybe making 45,000 a year. Yeah, we can't afford that right now, so that's why I say if we put this out. What kind of a salary are we gonna put out there? Because we've had 3 studies done, we have to choose something.
Yeah. I don't think that it is unreasonable to think that we could get an aquatics.
Manager, whatever you want. To call
Yeah, an actual aquatic professional that can come in and be like, I've worked in tons of pools, this is what works, this is what doesn't. I feel like it's a crisis management, honestly. And I mean.
But that person
And-
has to also know budgeting I mean, like when we had Jim Wyman, we had the budget committee wrote the whole budget for him, he didn't know how to do anything.
Right. And
We're, and public organization, all the SDAO rules and all that, it's really hard to find in someone that's an athletic specialist, I think.
yeah, and so I think that there are plenty of people that have those office skill qualities. I don't think it's unreasonable to find someone part-time. When we actually consider the amount of time that our director is able to do director things. I don't think we're that far off, and we're hiring a grant writer. We're asking board members, to consider taking on the minutes. And those are things that as a district, we can decide we can play with. And I'm sure you have, experience of being in between directors and
We had an
what
interim
that,
months,
Yeah.
a lot. Yeah.
I,
Through SGA, they assign someone, because the board can't, I mean, we can barely get to all these meetings and handle all the things we're trying to handle right now. Trying to run employees, like, we don't have a director, it was a nightmare, and we had to do that.
So I'm thinking kind of a hybrid blend between what Frank suggested months and months ago and what Cora and you are both saying now. As far as negotiating, and not a contract that's going out for 4 years or 2 years, and put something together. Advertising for the position, see what applies, see if our executive director would be willing to stay on month to month while we struggle through this process, but we are gonna have to nail down a dollar figure. What would we throw out there, and is it within the scope of our budget that under the personnel that we have right now?
yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's. It's just, I think we should have that discussion. It's just a very different discussion than the one that we had with Bob, because we were looking for the everything.
Well,
and I agree with him that we're not gonna find that.
2 board members. I appoint Jean and Corlin. To look at the process. Right? It says we can figure out 2 people to look into that.
Well, we have to decide on which,
Yeah,
either negotiating employment or searching for.
well, Jean said a combination, she suggested a combination.
Hmm?
Jean suggested a combination of the 2.
No. I don't think that kind of insecurity does our executive director any favors. Maybe we could talk about a 1-year contract or something like that and kick the can down the street a little bit, but
Might go out for.
This, I truly wonder, is it the wage this person is being paid that's caused all this hate and jealousy? Or is it the job that they feel she hasn't done? I think it's a combination of both. A lot of the community does not realize when management positions, you'd probably be shocked to know what the county. Kelly's listening, what Jack Rasmussen makes, or what our county council makes, and like the librarian, she makes 80-some thousand a year, but what wasn't factored in there, she was receiving a housing stipend on top of that, as well as full benefits, so then we're over 100,000 for that, so. You will never find a job description that matches exactly this one to this one. We have to come up with a value. We have to take those 3 salary surveys that we have done and come up with a value. And try, but in the meantime, we need somebody that's qualified to run this place, and that's Courtney Sneed. She's done a great job running this facility.
And getting policies in place that we.
Whether she was paid 80,000 or 114,000, she really has done a good job with bringing a lot of new policies, bringing us up to date.
Dedicating herself to being here.
Yes,
We've had
yes.
no turnover.
But I
just worry that it's crunch time with the levy. Are we gonna change something, or are we just gonna keep going and hope people get with the program and vote yes?
I also don't think though that like saying we're not gonna renew Courtney's contract guarantees that all these people are gonna suddenly say, oh, look, they're listening and that for that one item, and now we're gonna vote yes. Like, I don't think it guarantees that.
No, I think it's active change in the district. It does.
But that's
Yeah.
only one item. What other change? I mean, there's a million other things. I don't think getting rid of. Like getting Courtney out of her position is not gonna help open the pool more or give more hours or anything. It's gonna be quite a bit of cost.
Yeah.
We have to pay to go out for looking for a new person.
And the staff that may possibly leave,
All
yeah,
leave.
you know, they'll leave.
And then going back to the taxpayers themselves. You know, I worked for 16 years with the county as the assessor, but I saw the changes.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of us out there, a lot of people out there that really can't afford to pay their taxes. And they're gonna vote no,
No matter what.
no matter what, because things like a pool is a want. It's not a need, in my opinion, but there's others within the community that say, no, it's a need. For medicinal purposes, you know, they're using it for a need.
And you're absolutely right, like,
When we look at the rate per thousand that we pay in Jefferson County in our tax code areas versus other cities, we're high. All across the state of Oregon, our rate per thousand is high, by code area. And it's because we don't have the tax base that these bigger communities have.
Yeah.
To spread that down and out, those bond rates come down.
I mean, and you're right, I mean, Linda Larson is always saying, bless her heart, I can't afford this, I can't afford
Yeah,
that.
there's
I
There's
can't
more
pay
than
these
just Linda
taxes.
Larson.
Yeah, but,
Yeah.
I mean,
There's a lot of.
There's quite a number of comments at the last election where it failed, that people didn't want to commit to a local operation or a permanent
But we
levy
consider
of
it
a
temporary.
$1.19, but they would have been more accepting of a LOL that just lasted 5 years. So that could take a decent chunk out of those 100 people that we lost the election by.
But beside a local option levy, this district needs a maintenance fund. And so it's gonna be both of them out there. And do you think it'll pass? I do not think it'll pass. I don't think it'll pass if we had a whole new board and a whole new executive director. When we come out with a bond and the local option levy, my prediction is, and it's just because of the climate. The economics.
Yeah,
Yes,
there's no money.
yes, people really have to choose between those wants and needs.
I do think that a maintenance fund at the first step. I think people were not looking into the things that they are now.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think that it may have just got squeaked through. But we can't go back, we can only go forward, and I just feel like if. I feel that if there's a lot of things pointing to if we don't make a change and we just continue status quo, this voting trend is gonna continue as well, and I think the cutting of the people that would vote just for rec is gonna be detrimental. It's very close.
Let's see if this will work. I move to appoint 2 board members to manage the process of negotiating employment contract with the existing executive director.
So I'm gonna have to respectfully decline because I don't plan to be here physically a lot this summer. Yeah.
Well, no, this is the
Oh.
motion. We haven't
No,
appointed.
she doesn't wanna be the appointed board member.
I would love to work on some of the process, but I don't
Well,
want.
I,
Yeah. Well,
give me till after summer, give me till mid-July,
Why are you looking at me?
because I'm thinking you and I.
Through summer,
stuff
into him.
so the motion
Coaching
is to
too,
do
you keep
this, not
forgetting.
to, then
But I'm
we
with,
do this, then we appoint the members once the motion is passed, correct?
It's up to however you guys want to do it.
Well, I'm willing to be one of the negotiating members if that's what we're looking for.
So there's a motion. Frank moves to appoint 2 board members to negotiate an employment contract with the current executive director.
Mhm.
Does that fail? I'm looking around if there was a second.
Well. Are you gonna name two?
I think the first motion was Janelle's for Jean and Jean declined.
Yeah, I don't wanna take the lead, I wanna look,
I was
I
trying
wanna
to
work on the
avoid
process
people
first.
today.
There wasn't a second on that one,
I know.
and there wasn't a second on this.
It's.
Need something, so.
Well, so if we move forward, I think,
We don't have to appoint 2 people tonight, but I think we move forward with this motion.
well, you have to second it, is what
Right.
Courtney's saying, no,
Yeah.
Point two.
Yeah,
we need to point to people, but we need to decide what direction we're going, so if we're doing any sort of contract with Courtney. Which right now, with June 30th, like a month and a half away. If, you know, if that's decided that it needs to be for 6 months, a year, whatever, I don't know, then those 2 people should come with a proposal to the next meeting that we're having, not June 1st after the budget thing, or whatever. Then we just need to approve his motion. He didn't say a length of time, he said negotiating a contract with court. It doesn't mean we can't still also put out a request
Right.
for a, you know, rewrite, those 2 people could decide to rewrite the job description at the same time. And come up with a new job description, they could propose a new salary wage, I don't know, or like post something for future person, whatever.
If that's the motion, I agree with Frank, I second that motion.
His motion was
To
to
appoint,
appoint 2 people to work on an employment contract negotiation
Negotiation.
renewal.
with court, yes. So. You got a second, all in favor?
Aye.
alright,
Aye,
Nay.
or?
Nay, and I don't understand who the 2 people are supposed to be, you know?
Well, we're appointing them next, I think it was just, and then now we have to appoint 2 members, I think we separated it. He did 1 motion. So now we need 2 people. You were volunteering, weren't you?
I was volunteering you.
Oh.
I just have to say respectfully, should we consider that there's a recall petition? And what the timeline is of that?
Well, it's,
When was
has
that?
to be verified, right? So. What are we thinking, month, 2 months, and then they have to put it out for a vote?
and I think we have to move forward with this process without worrying about the recall petition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When that goes to a vote, it is gonna be months down the road. So,
Okay.
Could be 6 months, could be 5 months, I don't know.
and I
know
know
what
we're
it is.
supposed to discuss that in our board meetings.
Well.
Okay,
What are we gonna do, rock, paper, scissors, I would do.
well, or do you wanna work on that?
I would be glad to work on it with Jean. And I know you have some time constraints in traveling.
Are you traveling before the end of June, you said?
Off and on all summer.
Well,
But I'm
this
working my
has to
schedule
be,
around our.
this has to be done in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah,
If we're renewing your contract, it has to be before the end of June.
has the new, our new council reviewed the contract?
He provided a draft, new contract that's much shorter. And much less
I mean,
legal verbiage,
yeah,
So this one.
so we have a template.
You have a template. All right, Cora, let's muddle through it. I think we'll,
If the board.
This is.
Cora and I probably have more
Oh.
flexible schedules during the day
That's
to meet.
I just really, yeah, I don't. 2 board members can work together at the same time without it being a public meeting, so if at any point there's one-off work that someone can't go, or you need to look at something with one of you individually, I could also be the 3rd alternate.
But I think, Cora and I would need a consensus from the board
And yeah, you're gonna have to bring it to us
as to
in 2 weeks.
There's 2 weeks.
That I called. That's gonna be at 8 PM to 10 PM for early.
As to what we're working on or as to when?
Like a draft.
Yeah, but some-
Did I hear that we're posting meeting for June 1st at 8 o'clock?
Well, it's gonna be after the budget meeting.
Okay.
Irby will be here at 8 PM regardless if we start before he gets here.
Okay. So just after the budget meeting.
Yeah. I'm gonna pay your call all straights.
Was there a motion for the board members? That are appointed?
Do we have to
Do
do
we have to make a
it?
motion?
Appointing?
If the board wants.
I would like
give them
to
the authority
appoint
to do it.
Jean and Cora to work on the executive director renewal contract.
Second.
All in favor?
I.
Aye.
I,
That 4-1? No.
5. Okay, now we move on. Yeah, guys, executive director report. Open
Pretty.
Do you have more
It's
on that?
quick, it's 1 page, it's quick. I can find. So just what's going well. We had a staff attend an aquatics leadership training that I talked about a little bit, and they came back with some really great and fun ideas for staff incentives and motivation and how to continue to improve safety of staff in and around the water. And we got a program staff photo after the free sponsored open swim. Just wanted to share all these lovely faces with all
that's
of you.
Siblings.
All the fun. And then wanted to just note that we had 60 in district and 3 out of district swimmers for the free sponsored open swim on May 1st. And that for our May safety month, we had really great response from community members. Brightwood donated money, Madras Marine, Identity Zone did an in-kind that has a cost for them, and then water and granola bars from Safeway. So those events are this Friday for Warm Springs K-8 and the following Friday for JCMS. That's it.
Board member updates and highlights, nothing?
I have one
Oh.
quick highlight. One,
Okay,
congratulations to Cypress Tomaine for going to state in tennis.
yeah, right on.
Well, actually, I think the whole team, really, the girls' team is the first time.
Oh,
They've
yeah.
won district since 1987.
Wow.
Yeah, but she took third.
All thanks to Cypress.
Yeah, no. I will be there on Thursday. Apparently she's playing at 4.
They're at the coast, right?
Corvallis.
Oh, Corvallis. Okay.
I just wanted to clarify that the pickleball team ended up, I was supposed to be on that, but I haven't had time all season to play any pickleball. I played last year when it was under the rec district. And sadly, I guess it's a low moment, not a highlight, but I have not played a single game of pickleball all year. But they ran that straight through the school district through Simon White in
Yeah.
facilities. Managed that directly with the pickleball group to open the gym for them and charge them as whatever amount he chose so that it did not go through the rec district.
Yeah, our cost recovery was too high.
Yeah, they couldn't afford it, so.
So on that note, evidently there's another blank email I haven't seen from Susan Cabarrus, right? Is that correct?
Yeah,
About this pickleball scenario.
yes.
We didn't really end up doing pickleball because it was too expensive, so they contacted directly through the school district, the group that played. I'm on the pickleball group message thing, but I haven't gone all season. But I get the messages that they've been
Would
playing.
it be as simple as you or Courtney emailing Susan back?
That we did not participate in pickleball in any way as a rec district or something?
I think the way I read it was that the concern was that there was a vote, and then no other public information. So if the answer is that we didn't
have the lead,
But yeah,
then I would say just an email back to say, thank you for your concern.
Can you
The cost recovery was too high, this program was taken over by someone else.
Can you post it on the frequently asked questions, Courtney, so people
Yeah,
know that there's a pickleball video?
yeah, I think it was like, it was,
I can't
was
get
it
it
around 3 or 4? Yeah, it was this afternoon.
My email on my phone through the Outlook doesn't work for this thing, so I have to go on a laptop.
It's through our policy, so I can work with Irby to respond as the board chair.
Okay.
That's your update. They work directly with the school district with Simon White.
I know.
And he's even on our group page now and goes there and opens the gym directly.
You know, we were playing in Lapine here last week, and they have really revamped their baseball park.
Well, they're
And they
doing
have
cross
some-
cuts. Yeah.
Oh, their pickleball team did?
Oh, no, baseball.
Oh,
I thought you were-
no, I was going, I started there, but then going to, they have some really nice pickleball courts. Holy smokes, it was
We do
nice.
too. They're putting some in over at the
Yeah.
apartments.
Wow.
All over.
My quick highlight is kind of again, just like last month, I had the privilege of being up at the desk, yes, and. I think
Good
all
night,
of
if
us
you're
need
leaving.
to spend probably
Yeah,
one session at the desk because you get a lot of positive feedback when you're at the desk. Community members that are coming in, out of towners that are coming in, using the facility and.
I think
it's
like
just a good experience.
theme, I mean, just if you spend here all the time with your kids or something, there's a lot, and all my patients always have positive feedback about working out in the pool.
See, and I don't swim here.
Well, I know, that's what
That's
I'm
why-
saying, like, I don't know that I need to sit
Yeah.
in front desk, cause I hear a lot.
Yeah,
so are we done with highlights?
yeah.
Are we? Done
Well,
with
did you
highlights?
hear my other one though? My teenager came home from school and said everyone there was talking about the pool and a lot of the lifeguards that are at the high school were talking about how much they love working here.
It's good.
That was a highlight. To have my
It's a
teenager
highlight.
bring that up to me.
Yeah,
like, everyone
that
was
is a
talking
highlight.
about the pool. It's. I was like, okay.
So Courtney, will you send out to Thor and I the contract as it's stated now and the contract as it's revised by council? And I guess we can start there. And I think we should start with the littles, the sunshine and. I'm pretty,
Do you have change for a 10?
yeah, during the week, we know how the weekends.
Just from my hand to yours.
We're gonna adjourn at 10:28
What do you need?
is adjourned.
Like 2 5s or 5 and 5. Anything.
Marathon one.
I need tooth fairy money. I'll even give you the